Hello there, beautiful, and welcome to The Dark Alchemist. Today I have a very special reading for you in honor of Samhain. We are basically taking advantage of the thinning veils and getting some tea from your ancestors. I'm calling them in to let us know some of your family's secrets. Now, before we get into the pile picking, I want to speak very briefly about Samhain and about today's reading. Samhain is the New Year's Day in the Celtic tradition. They are celebrating the end of the year, which is marked by the ending of the harvest, which is why we have this beautiful decoration here today to honor that, as well as to talk to the dead and get some messages in. The ending of the harvest season also means that everyone's prepared for the long, dark winter that is ahead. And that's precisely why the harvest is getting one last celebration and we are honoring the dead. When I meditated on today's reading, my guides were very clear to me and let me know that this is going to be a bit of a series. The reason for that is that we are only going to go into the secret as deep as you need to know right now. Right? When something shocking comes up, it's better to take it in smaller doses than to go into it full force. So whatever is coming through today is only the first step of understanding basically what you need to know about this right now to ease you into it. I cannot tell you right now when I'm going to revisit this, but I know that I will, and I'm going to get the same idea again, like it's going to pop up for me. So it will be when every one of you is ready. Okay. With that being said, let's light the intention candle for today. It's the same candle that I used for last week's reading. And before I light this, let all of us take a deep breath in and out to release, and then we can center and get into the piles. Now with our candle lit, this leaves us to look into our piles. Today I don't have cards for you, I have 3 beautiful objects to choose from and I will show them to you now. The 3 piles I have for you today is the beautiful trauma trifecta of I say nothing, I hear nothing, and I see nothing, which I found was very fitting for today's reading, particularly when it comes to family secrets and dishing it all out. Now I'm going to give you a close-up of these 3 objects, and afterwards I will give you a 30-second meditation where you can take a couple of deep breaths, ground yourself, and then see which one of these babies you are most drawn to. The timestamps will be in the description down below, and I will see you then in your select piles. But let me show you first. Pile number 1. For pile number 2. And for pile number 3. And let me rearrange that and give you a close-up view for the meditation. If you chose the beautiful figurine of I Do Not Speak, welcome to your little tarot reading today. I have gotten a lot of messages when I meditated on all of your cards, a lot of messages. Before we get into the cards, I'm going to squeeze them, most of them, into the reading. But the one thing that I want to point out first and foremost are two things. The first one was that I felt pressure on my throat and my breathing felt very constricted, like someone was pushing the Adam's apple in. So it's not necessarily the throat chakra, but more so like someone trying to keep the mouth shut, like keep me quiet. Yes, very, very strong pressure. And I feel like you have pain in your upper left shoulder blade area. And I have a little message about this. To me, it felt like just like pressure and pain. And the message I have for you is that this is the part of your body that holds parts of this ancestral pain of the family secret that we're speaking of today. It's a pain that you've been trying to massage out, etc. I know I can feel that you've tried to do things and you don't fully understand why you, for some reason, cannot fully get rid of this, and you cannot get rid of it because it's connected to the ancestral trauma. And I got the recommendation because I asked them what you can do about this. I got the recommendation for you to do a Reiki session because it sits in the emotional body, in the energetic body, and it manifests physically, but it's not a physical thing per se. And I also heard that it will only go away fully once you fully understand and heal the remaining aspects of this pattern in yourself, because trauma bleeds out into the way that we behave and into the pattern with which we move through the world. So we're going to look at the first part of this today, basically what you're ready to hear. And these are the two most important things. The third one was that I got the message from your ancestor that you feel lonely, that you feel very, very, very lonely. And you resonate with that, I can tell, because I'm getting teary-eyed right now, like big time. And I feel like you picked this little figurine for a reason, to do not speak. And I also got the message that it's almost time to speak up. And I have a feeling that you feel very lonely in your family because you are a truth speaker and a truth seer. Truth seers and truth speakers are usually born in families where truth is not spoken in that manner, where things are swept under the rug in order to sustain some type of dysfunctional system or secret in that manner, right? So there's something there, and you feel very lonely because of that. And I also got the message that it's not your fault. We will get deeper into these messages, and I will also soothe the feeling of you feeling lonely because from personal experience, I was also born in a family where you do not speak. I was also born in a family where you do not hear and you do not see. I understand this level of loneliness is a type of loneliness that cannot really be cured away. It cannot really be taken away by friends. It cannot really be taken away by having a wonderful partner either. I know this type of loneliness runs very, very deep. And it's really, really hard. So right away, I want to give you a big, big, big hug. I'm so proud of you for being here. I'm so proud of you for making it until here. I'm so proud of you. Okay. I think I need to take a few minutes because I'm starting to cry a bit. I'll be right back, okay? Okay, I composed myself. Let me put this one right up here so that you can see him. Yeah, okay. And let's get into the first row of cards. So for you, I have the golden rose. I have the blood. I have the winter card. And then I have these two, which came out like this. When cards come out like this, I don't like to turn them over until it's time to look at them. So these two I'm just gonna place here for now, okay? And we're gonna go through it, and when it's time, we're gonna look at these, because I also don't know what's there. Now let's start talking a little bit about the first part here, the golden rose. The first association that I had when I pulled this card was that I heard the word wealth. And wealth can mean many things. Wealth can be in the material way of having a lot of money, having a lot of resources, having a lot of property. But wealth also goes deeper than that, because wealth also speaks about emotional wealth, about feelings, about the energy that you yourself that's also a wealthy resource to have. And with this pearl here in the middle of the rose, and like the rose being black and white, I feel like we are being called into the spiral of the rose, quite frankly, to find the pearl of wisdom that's within. But you see, there's a lot of light around here, a lot of light around here. And I'm going to look at the next few cards, and then I will revisit this, because for this one, I feel like I should look at at a couple of the keywords. I think it's going to tie in with these two cards that are back here. By the way, all the decks that I'm using will be in the description box down below. Now we got the blood card. When I see this, I feel that this speaks of the life force that is within you, or that is within your family. But literally the life force that is running through your veins, right? Without blood, we would not be alive. Without blood, or even with just too little blood, we are not fully functioning. So the secret that we're going to uncover is about the wealth within your family and how this is being sustained. And with the blood card, you see that there is a ruby up here. I feel like something has been paid for by blood. It feels a bit like a sacrifice to me, but I cannot fully place it just yet, because, I mean, this is a bit of a mysterious reading today. We need to look at the next couple of cards that are coming out as well for this one, but this is what I feel like first and foremost. It's about the blood. It's about also being bonded by blood. And with the winter card, I'm being drawn to, particularly because in this card, I mean, it's pitch black out, but we have the snow that's present here. And with the snow, even when you're living in a city, once it snows and there's a good amount of layer of snow all around the streets, everything gets muffled, right? Like sounds get muffled. It's very, very quiet. There's a quiet serenity that comes with the snow. In the context of this reading, I feel like this quiet, there's like a layer of silence on top of this family secret, where no one speaks about it, but everyone kind of knows it's there, right? Because even in wintertime, while to us it looks like nature is resting, nature's not really fully resting. There's a lot happening underneath the surface. Everything is preparing for the next season. So, and with this light being here, I feel like this light is you, actually, in the context of this reading. I feel like the light is you. And I'm also noticing that I feel like you are this tree. And I'm noticing that also the tree, I mean, it's winter, doesn't have any leaves, but this kind of, for me, is a bit of the depiction that you are feeling lonely right now. Because you are the one who sees, right? You have the light, so you're able to illuminate. And because of this, you feel a bit lonely. And you see even here, like we have the snow up here, but it's not reaching all the way to the top, right? And also the top would be crown chakra, like crown, third eye. And then the further down we go, the more frozen you are when it comes to the body and your chakra system as well. They're like big emotions. I feel like the top part of you is thawing. Like ice. The top part of you is thawing. And it's like slowly creeping down your body to basically encompass the whole being that you are. I'm not gonna lie, this feels a little bit like a time bomb. Like not in a super negative way, but in the sense of once you're fully thawed and once you fully understand and you're fully grounded within yourself, and you have this overview carries through all of your body, which also means if it carries through all of your body, this also means that it carries through the way that you behave and also within your family unit, the way that you are behaving, speaking, etc. Everything is changing. It's like everything is happening right now below the surface for you. I feel like you've been working on this for quite a while. Even if you didn't know the full overview of this, how far back it reaches. Even if you don't know about this, you've been working on this. Because you are not willing to make this like blood sacrifice that is needed in order to attain the same amount of wealth that's present within your family, because you've looked beneath the surface and you realize not so much. It's not so cool. Okay. Look at this one. Oh wow, yeah. We got smoke. Let me hold it to you like this, but I'm gonna put it back to the way that it was. Yeah. I mean, smoke, first of all, even before a fire and you see is burning and you see the flames, you see the smoke first, right? So smoke is pretty much the first sign that something is not right, that something is burning. If it's not supposed to burn, of course. If it's supposed to burn, it's a positive sign. But in this instant, I feel like the smoke is starting to come out. Smoke is also a substance that is hindering someone to have the full view, right? It's obscuring the view in a way. You cannot really see through smoke. It's a hazy substance. It's almost fog-like. I find it interesting that even here we have kind of like this like golden substance behind, right? I feel like you are not the only one who sees the smoke of the situation. There are clues all around, and others have started to also pick it up, but they're a bit more lost in the fog than you are. Let's look at the last card and then I'll read a few of these. Oh wow, okay. We got, yeah, Mystical Sister. The reason why I say yeah is because what this means is this speaks of an ally, having an ally surrounding you, or having an ally that's actually coming in and reaching out to someone who is your mystical ally, someone who sees and feels in a similar way, who notices these types of situations as well. Remember how with the smoke I said that you're not the only one who sees this, but you might be the only one who is more open to talking about this in a semi-public manner. When I say semi-public, I mean all throughout your family. I think this person here sees similar signs as you do and is on a similar journey than you do, but neither of you have spoken to each other about this, and neither of you fully understand that you are on the same page regarding this. And remember how I also said it's almost time to speak up. I feel like once it's time for you to do that, this person is going to come forward to you. So there is an ally surrounding you that currently you are unaware of. Now, before I go further, when it comes to speaking up, I would like to caution you. Each of you is in a different position. I cannot tell whether or not it's safe for you to do that or what your position is. So please, 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 even if this comes up repeatedly in this reading, if you are in a position where it's not safe for you to remove yourself from the situation and you are unsafe to speak up, be quiet a bit longer until you're safely out of there, okay? This is very, very important to me, to make sure that you are safe and that you are okay. That comes first and foremost, because all of you are on slightly different avenues of this transition, of this journey. I'm going to read this card for you as well, and I feel like reading these two. I'm gonna do that straight away. I'm actually gonna start reading this one first because it's kind of funny to me in a way. I remember I said I think I need to look at the just at the keywords for it, and this is kind of funny because it's very mysterious. Like, your reading is very mysterious for me right now. Okay, so let's read this. The golden rose, the secret, the altar, the gem. The rose has long been used as a symbolic image for the summation of alchemy, the outer petals representing the first 7 planets in operations, while the inner petals protect the revelations from unwelcome eyes. But what exactly resides at the center of the golden rose? Alchemy tells us it is a secret, and it is meant to be kept as such. The rose spirals both inward and outward simultaneously. It offers beauty to the onlooker while concealing its inner chambers. This is the complex nature of the golden rose. It challenges the alchemist to reorient their thinking, to devote their work to honoring the secret rather than attempting to become the master of it. Kneel at the altar of the unknown. Cherish the golden rose as it is the model of the self. More will be revealed. You know what? This is so funny to me because I started this reading letting you know I feel like I'm not gonna, we're not going to the bottom of this. My guides told me so. This is only the first part. So the first card that you got, where I got the faintest hint that this is about the wealth in your family, I'm also getting straight up that it's a secret, and right now they don't want to fully reveal it. Like, sometimes you gotta laugh at the humor of it all. Smoke, smoldering, warning, and illusion. Smoke is a tantalizing phenomenon. Stealth-like and seductive, it swirls and twists, rising and disappearing. It travels great lengths with its signature scent, warning of a flame somewhere in life's laboratory. Such is the nature of the smoke card. When present, the senses are aroused and enticed, yet the warning of fire cannot be ignored. What kind of smoke is it? Was the fire intended? A ritual or an accident? Does the smoke carry notes of incense and herbs, or is it laced with the fear-stricken scent of destruction? The smoke card asks us to wake up, to become alert to what is happening around us. Something burns. Those around you may fall under smoke's seduction, or they may flee in a panic. Don't get distracted by their response. Stay in your own laboratory and see what emerges as you study the smoldering veil. Mystical sister, sacred ally, anima, outreach. Just when you thought you could traverse the alchemical path by yourself, Sora Mystica appears. This card indicates a dear friend or sacred ally holds you in their heart at this very moment. With their support, you are able to do what you cannot do yourself. Between you exists an alchemical pact based on the ingredients of respect, honesty, and unconditional love. It's as if you've known each other for many lifetimes. You may have shared an experience from which you are always bonded. This archetype may come in any gender, age, or form. One distinct characteristic of Sora Mystica is that they practice the art of witnessing and listening. They have no need to judge, fix, or give advice. Presence is enough. When this card appears, tend to the flame of friendship. Be a mystical sister to another. Now, I'm finding this is almost funny, the way that these two fit together, right? With the smoke and this message of you ignoring when others can see it and flee in a panic and just basically staying in your own lane because, like I said, you are thawing, like you are starting to understand and others can see. And if this one here is a listening and witnessing present first and foremost, listening and witnessing presences, you are also one, I feel like, because a truth speaker or truth seer is someone who sees and listens and is a witness. So there is someone around you that has a similar energy to you when it comes to this. Much like you are seeing the smoke and trying to find out where the fire is and figuring this out, so are they. They're not speaking about it much like you are not. But again, trust your instincts with this. If you are worried about this and you want to find out who it is as well, you can also connect to your spirit guides and see if they have a message for you regarding this. Now, I also got a little message for the blood and the winter, because the blood speaks not only of the life force that the blood is giving, but the blood card also speaks of the body. And I'm being drawn now, as I'm looking at this in the context again with the winter, is you being in hermit mode, which, I get it, particularly when you feel lonely and you are the only true speaker in a family that likes to keep their mouth shut, and spoke a little bit about the level of loneliness. Know that there is someone. If you have a friend that you can connect to, that would be beautiful. But with the blood card, I'm being drawn to your quite physical body, and that your physical body also feels like it's a bit in winter mode. Remember how I had 2 pain points on my body when I meditated on your cards with the upper back, more so the upper left shoulder blade, like around that area, as well as around the throat. So you are required to focus on your body at this time. This is something that will help the healing, particularly when the smoke card speaks of everyone being frightened and fleeing in a panic. This means that there's a lot of adrenaline in the body. This means that it's a very uncentered body that is just trying to escape. Right? So that takes its toll on the central nervous system. So you would benefit in like finding alternative ways to be more present in the body, but like gentle ways, not with a sledgehammer, very, very gentle. I think that's also why Reiki came out, because it's a very, very, I'm also a Reiki healer, by the way. It's a very, very gentle way of cleansing the energy body, which then also seeps into the physical body. So it has like a very, very gentle impact on you, and only things get cleared out that you are ready to release. Yeah. So I really feel like this gentleness is important. Let's look at the next couple of cards, besides getting the message that it's secret and it's meant to stay a secret, which I think is funny. I got the Magician card for you. Yeah, okay. I don't know if that helps with making things less mysterious, to be honest. We got the 6 of Cups. Yeah. I got the Temperance energy for you. I got, the King of Pentacles. I got the Two of Wands. And I got, oh wow, the Judgment card. This is a bit wonky. Let me come back to you in 1 second and I can readjust. Alright, that's much better. Now, with the Magician card and the Six of Cups, like the Magician right underneath the Golden Rose, I mean, when you look at the card of the Magician, you see that he has on his table all of the tools that he needs in order to start with the alchemical process, in order to do what he wants to do, right? He's got the swords there, he's got the wand, he got the cup, the pentacles, and he's got also his magic wand up there. So everything is aligned, and I feel like, much like the Golden Rose, which spoke of being the secret and the alchemical process of like starting to go down the spiral, you have currently what you need in order to start uncovering this and in order to start working on this. You have the tools that you need in order to progress through this. Now, with the Six of Cups here, I feel like this is a reversed energy. I'd like to put cards upright, but I do read them in reverse when I feel like it's reverse anyway. I feel like this is an opportunity for you to take charge of the situation for yourself, because for you to work your way through the trauma, it's time for you to work through the trauma and focus on yourself and focus less on the other people that are involved in this family secret or in this family pattern of not speaking up, of letting things burn and running, of this blood sacrifice and this very, very particular way of going about achieving wealth. You need to focus more on yourself. So this is an opportunity for you to do that. This is an opportunity for you to focus on yourself. And these like all of the cups that are present here, the cup represents the emotionality of it. And I want to draw your attention to the fact that there are flowers in this cup. It's in bloom. So however parched you feel right now, that's not the full totality and the full truth of the situation. While you feel like you are in winter, trust that everything underneath the surface is working for you. Things are coming together. Things are germinating in order to come up again in springtime. And when I speak of springtime, I don't mean the springtime of the year, of the calendar year. I mean the personal springtime of you. And you coming into bloom again, and you healing enough from this family pattern and this family secret that you feel like you have the strength to build yourself up again and to start something new. So this is a beautiful opportunity that this ancestor is bringing to you right at this moment, right? It's right underneath the blood. So and I said that the blood is connected to the life force and feeling and like a particular way of going about things. And I spoke about the physical body and you focusing more on your physical body and taking care of it. The body and the emotional body, the physical body and the emotional body are very, very deeply connected. They interact with each other. Emotions that are of a traumatic origin or just in general negative emotions, or what we deem negative emotions, are being stored in the body. The body remembers. There is a very, very good book that I'm recommending to you now. It's called The Body Keeps the Score, and it's from Bessel van der Kolken, I think. I'm going to put it down in the description box below. And he speaks of the effect of trauma on the body. So there are a lot of different ways in order to heal from this or in order to work with this. One way could be working with the body. There's another way of working with the mind first and then going further and deeper into the body. But I feel like for you, we are being clearly drawn to the emotions that are being stored in the body, and for you to focus on the body and taking care of that side, and taking care of that side alongside the emotional aspect of it. Now, in this book, he speaks a lot about PTSD and CPTSD and gives examples of how it's a very, very good book, and gives examples of patients and how their trauma is affecting the way that they are behaving, right? Because sometimes we can get, particularly when you have PTSD or CPTSD, the emotions are so frozen in the body itself. I need to come back in 1 second. I need to change my battery. 1 second. And I'm back. I just spoke about how the emotions can be so frozen in the body that you feel trapped in this emotional state, even if you're not physically in the situation anymore. The body remembers this type of emotional pain. And when something triggers it, and that can be anything, that can be something that is related to it, but it doesn't even have to be, right? It doesn't even have to be something that is like, you necessarily don't even have to be able to put your finger on it and be like, okay, this is exactly the trigger. It can be as small as someone looking at you in a particular way, or you hearing one word, or smelling a scent, or, it can be very, very small things that then triggers this emotional state. So I'm being drawn to you focusing on these trigger points in a way that you understand what they are, what brings you into this frozen state for yourself, and then to start slowly working with this. I would highly recommend for you to go to someone who has a specialty in this if you are in the position of it. If you're not, start by reading the book, get the help that you can, and you can start working on this by yourself. It is highly recommended, however, to reach out to someone else. And remember, we get the mystical sisters, so I'm very, very confident that there is someone in your life that can be this witnessing presence and the listening presence in the way that they understand this smoke and understand what was going on. Particularly because they are less involved than you, so they have a bit of an outsider perspective, which can be very, very beneficial. And that's why we have Temperance here, because Temperance, for me, is the ultimate card of the Alchemist in this deck, or in general in the Waite Tarot deck. Because you see all the elements, much like with the Magician card, all the elements are present. They are standing in the water, they have 1 foot on land, they have their wings, so they're able to fly, their crown is highlighted, and they have, like, right in the middle here, the circle, which is the symbol for the ether, and then right here on their chest, they have the fire symbol. And what they're doing is they are mixing liquids to find the right substance. For you, this means finding the right, being grounded, but like finding the right mix for you. What can you do? Like, what's the right mix for you when it comes to working through the trauma of not speaking? How can you work with the body? What does your body need? Because it's very, very individual for each and every one of you, what your body needs, what you respond well to. And that's why we have the alchemist energy here. But don't be so afraid, because you see right here, the sun is coming up. So this winter period that you're in, it's a temporary period. This is not a long period. And I can hear you saying right now, what do you mean it's not long? It's been so long. I know it's been very long. I can feel that you've been working on this for a very, very long time. But much like we are currently celebrating Samhain, where the harvest is coming in and we're preparing for the darker seasons. Much like this, you need to trust that your springtime is coming and there will be harvest at the end of this. Now, the King of Pentacles is an energy that has mastered the element of grounding, or the techniques of grounding. This also speaks of financial wealth, and being drawn back to the golden rose in my initial feeling that this is about wealth management in your family, or the way to achieve wealth, be it financial as well as emotional fulfillment, is what I'm hearing. The focus is on you. What makes you feel fulfilled? What makes you feel grounded? And grounded, again, is the physicality of your body. Is to feel embodied, to be present in the body, to be present with the feelings, to be present with all of it. Which, particularly if you're someone that has PTSD or CPTSD, or you are someone that experiences these types of frozen feelings that come up in a different way, because not everyone does have CPTSD in that sense. How can you be more present in your body? And from personal experience, I know that this is a tough question to hear when you are in such a frozen state as I feel like you are right now. Because I've been there. I also have CPTSD. It's very, very well managed now. I don't need any medication. Everything is fine. But I remember these moments where something just triggered me, and it wasn't even anyone that was surrounding me, and like my body would just go into this free state. The number one thing that helped me was to focus on breathing. Remove stimuli. So that means closing the blinds, or just making the room darker to remove as much stimuli as possible. And then to focus on deep breathing. But again, there are many, many techniques that you can look up to come back to your body. You can also look for remedies for anxiety, by the way, because that is a similar sensation in the body where you feel like you are very much in your head and frozen and you cannot get out. So these two things you can look at, CPTSD, PTSD, as well as anxiety. At the end of this reading, I'm also going to meditate for a few moments and see what comes up, which of my resources I could share with you. So I'm going to put them down in the description box below. But yeah, this is about the grounding aspect of it. And then underneath the smoke, I find it interesting that we have the Two of Wands here. It's someone that is holding the world, right? It's someone that's on top of some type of like castle wall. Yeah, with like all of these houses present and just looking out over the sea. And it's someone, I think the most interesting part or aspect of this for me is that it's someone who feels, this is not you, this is a different energy. It is someone who feels like they're on top of the world. And they have made a choice between these two sticks, these two options. They've made a choice. And they feel like they have chosen the best possible option, because to them it feels like it gets the highest outcome. You see like the height difference between these two. But you see, it's not real. This one here is like standing up on this rock basically, or on this wall. And this one here is kind of tied down a bit, but it is the bigger one of the two. It's the option that they didn't take. It's the grounded option that they didn't take. And this one here is man-made. It's not the floor. It's a man-made construct. And this is coming up for me because the wealth that this person has accumulated is built on not solid ground. To them it feels like solid ground, but it's only solid ground as long as this family secret construct remains intact. That's what this is grounded on. As soon as the truth comes out, people stop running from the smoke and looking for the fire, and you are one person, you are the start of this, but trust me, there is a huge wave coming after this. There's a huge wave coming. Everything will crumble and fall. For me, this person is the person that is the fire maker in the instance of the smoke. This is the foundation of this smoke that people feel and run from. So I feel like there's like one very specific energy that is the fire maker in your family. I'm going to get a bit deeper into who that person is. And I already have a feeling, but I only have a feeling based on some of the cards that I pulled, some archetype cards. But yeah, we will look into this in a moment. And then we have the Judgment. And with the Judgment card coming out at the very end of it, remember how in the beginning I said it's almost time to speak up? There's something else that I heard with one of the outcome cards, which was payback time, actually. It's almost there. Almost payback time, almost there. But with the Judgment underneath the mystical sister, I feel like it's someone that is not non-judgmental. It is someone that has the overview, that is a seeing presence and like a witnessing presence, but without the added drama to it. So it's like a very, very clean type of looking at the situation, of seeing the full overview, but with having like a lot of the emotionality, or a lot, not necessarily the emotionality, but the heaviness of the emotionality removed from the situation. That's why I feel like, or that's why this person felt like more of an outsider to me. They're involved enough to see this overview and to see the situation and to know that this person is the culprit, the main culprit. But removed enough to be able to have that distance to the emotionality of it. Okay. Let's look into the next card. I'm very, very curious because I pulled some archetype cards, and when I shuffled these, my guides asked me to pull 4 cards. Now these are more than 4 because sometimes more than 4 came out. And they asked me to pull 4 cards, 1 archetype card for you, the 2nd archetype card for your mother, the 3rd archetype card for your father, and the 4th archetype card as a descriptor for the ancestor that is coming through and bringing this message. I also got a little side message for the ancestor that we will get to. For you, I received 2 cards. I received the Judge, and I received the Temple card. Now, both of these are very, very interesting to me. I'm going to place them down here for a moment. Now, both of these are very, very interesting for me for 2 reasons. The first reason is you see here with the Judge, you have the position of holding your hand open and asking for something, right? You see right on top here, we have the light, we have the eye that is seeing, and we have the other hand that has the gesture of stopping with the mirror of another skull. And you are seeing the situation very much in black and white at the present moment. The family situation with the fire maker, the smoke, as well as your involvement in it, which is why I heard the message, it's not your fault. Because you are seeing this in very much black and white. It's not a black and white situation. You are judging yourself particularly very, very hard on the way that you bought into the secret, because I feel like parts of this way of creating wealth and like doing this, you have walked parts of this path already. You've walked parts of this, but you hit a roadblock where you realized, okay, something is not right here. Something is not right at all. And then you started to look for the fire and started to dial in a bit. And much like that, that's why we have the winter card, right? There's like frozen, but you're like thawing. Things are thawing. And you're asking for more light, and you're asking for things to stop. You're asking for the light, not knowing that you are the one that is generating the light. We have the Magician card here. It's in you got the Temperance card. It's in your hands to create more light for yourself. That is not meant in a way to tell yourself that it's your fault that you feel the way that you do. Not at all. We are not holding people responsible for feeling the pain of their trauma here, okay? That's a natural thing to do. You should feel the pain of your trauma. It's normal after going through such a situation or being in such a situation, because I feel like you're not out of it yet. Going through this, it's normal for you to go into these patterns. That's the normal way of the body in order to keep your mind safe. That's normal. That is a normal response. And I feel like I'm very adamant about this because I feel like you need to hear it. You are not weird for behaving this way or feeling this way. That is normal for what you have experienced. Very, very, very normal for what you have experienced, which is why the book, The Body Keeps the Score, or diving deeper into how the trauma and the body are connected and how it feels and how it can play out in feelings and behaviors, is highly recommended for you, because you will, once you start reading up more about this, you will feel that you find yourself. And this will already start to make you feel a little less lonely, because you're understanding that there are so much more people who have experienced similar things and reacting in a similar way. Now we have the temple underneath. We had the temple underneath the judge. And you see how things are growing here. You're not fully in winter, like you are in winter mode, like on the surface, but underneath things are happening. With the temple as well, this speaks of creating rituals for yourself and holding a prayer for something. I feel like you've been praying for this situation to end and for yourself to come out of this. And I feel like there was a part of this journey, and I can feel that some of you are still in that, where you are actually asking yourself whether or not you should even continue to be here. That's tough. If that is you right now, I can promise you that this is not the end of your story. That there is an other side of this. There is an outcome of this. If that is you, aside from reaching out for help in different ways that you can, I would also like to recommend you to look up some people online who have been in this life-ending situation and made it through, and who are thriving now. Because I feel like what you need is some hope. And what these people can give you is the idea that things can continue after and that things can change, right? So you need to create a little bit of hope for yourself. So, right, it's not in a way to look at them and tell yourself that, oh, they made it out, I can never make it out. It's for you to look at them and recognize that they once stood where you are right now, and they have worked through this and they have come out, and because they could, so can you. Like I said in the beginning of your reading, I am very, very proud that you are here. I'm very, very proud that you've made it so far. I know that you've had to be very, very, very strong to make it this far. And breaking away from family patterns and the way that things have always been done is very, very, very difficult and painful because, like I said here with this card, the main perpetuators of this cycle will try to do everything in their power in order to keep the system alive because it nourishes them, but only them. Everyone else, like a vampire, right? They're like a vampire. Everyone else loses blood to this energy, to this person. So they're benefiting of it. They're benefiting of everyone being in panic and running away and being in this heightened state of body. Because when you're in a panicked state, you don't think clearly. That's why the grounding aspect for you is so important, because it will bring you more clarity. It will bring you more peace as well when you are dealing with these people or with these energies or this one particular energy. It will be helpful for you to be calmer because first of all, you're going to be able to be in this presence better. But second of all, because you are in a calmer state, your view on this fire, on the smoke situation is going to change, and it's going to get clearer and clearer, the picture for you. Because you are, the more grounded and calm you are, the more you are slipping into this witnessing and this witnessing non-judgmental presence. The more that you do that. And that when you are looking at things from an observant point and you take the step back, basically, when you look at the situation, it's very, very helpful to see the underlying patterns clearly. Particularly because we are in the realms of not, or like say nothing about what's wrong. I feel like it might be a bit of an abusive situation in different forms. I feel like more so on the emotional side of things, rather than physical for most of you. Particularly in a situation like this, the more calm that you can be, the more difficult it is for them to get under your skin. And that was a situation that I was in myself. I know it's very difficult to handle and to manage. And it takes time to be able to be this witnessing presence and to take a step back and to not get outwardly triggered, but to be more silent. And I feel drawn to drop the word of, or like the keyword of gray rocking in here. If you don't know what that is, go ahead as well and research it. But gray rocking is essentially a technique that is used in order to deal with narcissists, where you're basically not feeding them, right? Narcissists feed off you and making you feel bad and going off of your words and what you tell them in order to badmouth it. Gray rocking is basically becoming so uninterested or so uninteresting to them by just plainly not telling them a lot of things and being the most boring person that you could be, that they don't really have an anchor point anymore. Okay, but back to the temple for 1 second. Treat yourself not in this way, not in the black and white way, but have compassion for yourself with what your body is dealing with. Understand that more, what your body is dealing with, what your mind is dealing with, in the way that we already talked about. And then make a little ritual for yourself, right? Like praying is also in a way, or like going to the temple is also a ritual in itself. Create a few rituals for yourself, for your own well-being, in order to help to regenerate your body and help to regenerate your emotions, help to calm your body down, to make a little ritual for this. Now, like I said, and I will meditate on this a little bit at the end for you. But let's look at the next energy. We got the energy of your mother next, and we got the sword and the comic. And right when let me place them here. And right when I pulled these two cards, I heard she uses humor in order to try and pretend that everything is fine, when in reality her words cut like swords. Cuts like a knife through you. That's why we have also here the lightning, right? It's like a lightning strike, but she feels like it's humor, but not she feels like it's humor, but she presents it as humor, which brings me back to more so the verbal, emotional type of abuse. I feel like potentially your mother might be the fire maker in this scenario. I mean, a bit that's what narcissists do, right? Like they ridicule. They cut through you with words and with the way that they just want to cut you down. And then when you get upset at it, they will say, I didn't mean it, it was just a joke. I feel like there's a dynamic here in your mother that is present like this, where it's just like using humor to play things down. But the sword cuts. Right? We have like night and day, and we have the lightning, we have the huge blackness here, right? Like this huge black energy, this black void, this like darkness. Bringing me back to you seeing things in black and white. This card is representative of your mother, which also means that while I understand if you are in this moment of your trauma recovery or your trauma journey where you see her as the ultimate villain, part of being the witnessing presence is at some point being able to take a step back and look at and recognize that she herself is torn apart. She herself has received this trauma and she doesn't know how to handle this, and that's why she's giving it forward. And that does in no way, shape, or form take away from the pain that she's inflicting. It just means that there is an added layer to this. And because we're talking about family secrets here and ancestral trauma or pain, I'm being drawn to this one here. And this is actually interesting because the ancestor that came out for me when I meditated on your card was your grandmother. And I asked for your grandma's qualities, and I heard warm, nurturing, and very caring, but not in her lifetime. And I heard she was caught up in the pattern and therefore similar to the others. And I heard as well that she said, I'm sorry. And she's looking out over you now with the qualities of being warm, nurturing, and very caring, because now she has the overview. But she was part of this pattern, which tells me that this goes back into your perhaps mother line, like going back into the motherly line, motherly ancestral line, that there was someone like this. And that everyone has been made like this. So in each generation, there will be at least one person who has these types of qualities of being this fire maker, of having this type of abusive energy, of creating the fire, but also having so much smoke around that everyone freaks the fuck out. And then just deflecting it. That's very, very painful to be ridiculed in this way when someone is verbally inflicting pain on you and then telling you that you are overreacting. It's so painful to be, and I know. Because what happens, particularly when this is your mother, what happens is that you start to distrust your own feelings because you grow up with this. So this is everything that you know. You do not know that there is even the capability or the possibility that she's wrong. Because when we're kids, we're soaking all of this up like sponges, right? Our primary family shapes the way that we see ourselves, the way in which we also rate ourselves in the community of others, like where we see ourselves. It shapes the way in which we perceive love, see and perceive love regarding ourselves, but also with others, our worldview, political stance, etc. Like just straight up everything is shaped with this. So this is an ancestral pattern that runs very, very deep. And I feel like your ancestors coming through to let you know that this pattern runs for many, many, many different generations throughout. And perhaps that's why we got the rose here with the secret of being like, yeah, listen, there's a spiral here and we're not going to get to the bottom of this today. Let me look at your father's energy, actually. We got the flame card. Oh, that's interesting. Because the flame card speaks of illumination. And also when we look at this card, there's like one lonely flame in the darkness. And I feel like this is how you feel about him in a way, where he has a little bit of warmth that he provided to you when she was not around. But still, particularly in the dynamic between these two, remember how I said that this energy is someone who, much like a vampire, like sucks energy and sucks like empathy and feelings. I feel like your dad was her main supply. I feel like for some of you, your father is is no longer living. And that's why it's in the darkness, and that's why I said was her main supply. Okay, I heard the words he didn't make it, so he was basically, he got suffered or suffocated by this smoke in a way. He got lost in this. Oh, that's, yep. Oh, I'm sending you the biggest hug right now, just straight away. And that's why the trigger for you as well is so much deeper. He's proud of you doing this work. He's proud of you recognizing that the smoke, that there is a source and that this person is the source. Like for most of you, I think it's the mother energy. But there was the supply, and if your father is around at this time, it would be a good opportunity for you to drop into the witnessing presence and just silently see how they interact, see what's happening there. Because if there is a narcissistic energy or someone like this, everyone else around that is suffering as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if your father is a little more warm and more emotional capable than your mother, or like has a richer emotional life. Because they cannot sustain themselves by themselves. They need someone with these types of qualities in order to feed off of. And usually when they do get married, that's the dynamic that you have present, where you have one that is emotional nurturing and you have one that is the opposite. But the emotional one is the one that always learned how to care for others. And that's why this dynamic exists in the first place. Okay. And for your ancestral energy, because remember I said I wanted to get a clue on the ancestor that is bringing you the message. We got the gem, and we got the creator. And this is so interesting to me because you see all of the rainbow colors, but you see how they're contained, right? Here they're contained in the gemstone, and when you look at this card, there's this like lying in grass and you have all of these worms around. These worms are also in this deck in the other card of the underworld. And gemstones are formed in the deepest, darkest depths of the earth, right under a lot of pressure. And these rainbow colors are contained within. And here underneath it, we got the creator. So I feel like it was a very creative person that painted and also wrote her feelings, their feelings, but had it very, very much contained. And the containment of this essence of them was there in order to protect from this like underworld energy, from the energies around. But like I said, the ancestor that came through for me when I asked this question was a grandma that was not living these qualities in her lifetime, that had these qualities within herself, but that was not capable of living these energies all the time outward, was caught up in this type of dynamic because they themselves, listen, if this is your grandma and we're talking about ancestral line, if your grandma was not the warm, nurturing, and very, very caring energy in her lifetime, could be that your mother is mirroring your grandma and your father is mirroring your grandfather, right? Because I spoke about the relationship dynamic. That's interesting. All right. Now I have only one closing message for you. One card. Oh, damn, yeah. This is the Robin. I'm going to read this card from the deck in a moment, but when I pulled this card, I heard two distinct messages. The first message that I heard was, everything has its time. And the second message that I heard was, it's almost payback time. It's payback time. And I want you to take a moment and look at this card, because I'm being drawn, like, particularly in your reading, not to all of the elements being present, but here all of the seasons are present. While you right now are in the winter season and feel like you are in the winter season, all the seasons are present. She is right now, like this energy right now, she is in winter. You see, she's got the snowflake in her hand, as well as more snowflakes around in her nest. But she's protected. You see this little child of light, which tells me as well that you, even though you have this inner winter, remember how here I was drawn to the spark that you have, the light within yourself. It's being clarified here that you are this light seer, you are this light worker, this light child, and you have all of the seasons around. You have spring, summer, autumn, winter. Everything is around. And this card is confirmation that this winter is thawing, that there is spring on its way, and there's a whole new season waiting for you. Now let me read this card. Robin. I am Robin, the song of renewal. I am recurrence and eternity. I am the promise that life will keep spinning. I am ancient, bringing forth the spring from the deep chill of winter. You were expecting me as I reassure you that the ice is thawing. Your own winter must have its spring. It is time to align and know which season you're in. It is time to rejuvenate, time to awaken. The hibernation of your talents and dreams has no place in my medicine. I am cleansing like the rain. I am flowing forward like the river. I am your wake-up call at sunrise. Keep your word going no matter how thick the ice has formed. Something needs tending. You are the caretaker of your own soul. You are your own change. Renew yourself and rejoice. You are new beginnings. You are invigorating. You are upward growth. You are Robin. Now I feel like this Robin card is basically the accumulated message of what we've been diving into this reading already, of you having the power to take care of yourself, of you focusing on your own well-being and taking care of your body. Remember, this one said something needs tending. It's time to awaken. Now I'm going to meditate a little bit on giving you the right resources for your body and for you coming closer to yourself. And this was the first part of the reading. Your ancestor came out very, 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 very strongly. Even though we did not get to the spiral and the center of the rose, I feel like we got a pretty good overview of the family dynamics, and on what you can do, how you can support yourself through that, because whatever's going on with them, that's always the most important part. How can you support yourself through this? And that's why this was also the center of this reading. Now, my beautiful one, that is what I have for you today. You will find all of the resources and everything else in the description box down below. And I'm sending you the biggest hug, and have a beautiful rest of your day. Take good care of yourself, and I love you. Bye. If you chose the second part of the trauma trifecta of I hear nothing, this is your pile. And before we get into the cards, I have a few things that I need to say, because before I pull the cards, I like to meditate a little bit with your energy and like your object, basically, to see what comes through and to call your ancestors in and spirit team, etc. And for you, I got so many notes that I actually needed to get a second piece of paper, because your ancestor was very strong surrounding me. I could physically feel them, and I got a lot of messages. Now, I'm not going to get into all of them straight away. I'm going to interweave them with the reading when it's time, but there are a few things that I need to say first and foremost. The first and foremost thing that I need to say is that I felt heavy guilt from your side, heavy guilt for leaving. I think you left your family system, or I think you left your family system, and you feel very heavy guilt. And there is a side message connected to that I will get to a bit later. But that was something that your ancestor, that was the first thing that they highlighted to me, was the guilt when I asked them to bring through any messages. And I felt physical sensations for you. I felt a headache that felt like pressure on top of my head. And it felt like my head was split open, like just straight down the middle, just like split open. Yeah, like just like a massive cut open, because of the pressure. And for you, I also felt a lot of tension around the neck and shoulder area, but specifically neck. And I've got the message that you have some frozen emotions in surrounding the neck area for you. What you can do about this, we will talk about this a bit later, because it's connected to some of the other messages that I got. And I also, first and foremost, before we even look at the secret, want to let you know that the second message that they highlighted for me, besides the guilt that you have for leaving, was to keep going. And they were very specific. They said, the further that you keep going, the more distance you will have to them, so to your family line, and the easier it will be for you to see the dysfunction in all its glory. We will get deeper into this a bit later, but I needed to say that straight away, first and foremost. And then the third message that I got was, did you recently leave the closet? Are you parts of my LGBTQ tribe on here? And did you recently come out of the closet? Because if you did, congratulations. I'm so proud of you. I know from personal experience, that's not that easy. And welcome, dear. So yeah, we will look a bit into that, because I also have some ideas surrounding the closet, because I think we're talking more about gender identity than sexuality right now. I mean, it's a mix of both, but I think the thing that we are discussing here a bit more, the thing that tipped you over the edge to leave, basically was more about surrounding feelings around gender, is what I'm getting. So we will look at that. Now, let's take a moment and look at this little image here, at this little creature. You know, this post kind of reminds me of when when you sort of come home after having a hard day or coming out of a tough situation, and you come home and you close the door behind you and just straight up, like with your back against the door, you just sort of like slide down and then you sit down, and then you kind of like hold your head in a bit of disbelief, as well as like, oh my God, I cannot believe this just happened. Right? So this is like a moment of, it's a very, very intimate moment of coming closer to yourself, trying to understand it, like there's pain around the head, so like trying to understand and wrap your head around the situation or whatever just occurred, because I feel like this is pertaining to a very, very specific situation. Yeah, so it's like an accumulation of situations, but like one in particular. And it's kind of like the moment of a little bit of a repose, where you just sink down with the back against the door, and then you sit on the floor like this. And there's a moment where you just get very, very intimate with yourself. There is a certain sense of grief connected to this pose. Very, very deep amount of grief. It's not even sadness, it's like full-on proper grief that's connected to this. Like a little bit of hopelessness as well, but I feel the grief very, very strongly. Yeah. Okay, well, let's look into your cards. Just gonna pop them over here. Okay. We got the word that I have difficulty saying, the androgen. I'm laughing at myself because I say that word about myself all the time, and I have difficulty saying that. We have the Saturn card next for you. We have Mercury. We have Quicksilver. Straight away, I'm feeling very drawn to all of the greens and the yellow, which is interesting because the green, the color green is connected to the heart chakra, to the heart center, and yellow is the solar plexus, which is connected to personal power. There was another chakra that came through in your reading. Yeah, you got the Sun card next. I think I need to make some space because you got one more. You got the Virgin's Milk. Okay, let me readjust this for a second and see where I can pop this card in, okay? I'll be right back. All right, so I popped it right here. Now, regarding your family secret, what do you need to know? Let's start with the first card, the androgen. There are several things that I want to draw your attention to. The first one is that we have down here depictions of night and day. And in this card, this is the representation of the feminine and the masculine. And this card in particular speaks of, you see how right in the middle and upward there grows the rose, the blue rose. And in this card, this speaks of personally having an energy that is very balanced with the masculine and the feminine, and that is not constricted by these two energies, but rather transcends these two energies in a way that the masculine and the feminine are fully integrated within yourself, as well as you being in the non-binary realms, basically. This is about about having a very, very strong sense of self about yourself, and this fluidity. It speaks of the fluidity regarding these constructs and these structures. And if you really think about this, we all have what is considered masculine and feminine energies and traits, like we all of us do. and they are present in us in varying different states. For some of them, it is very clear that it is more feminine. For some of them, it's more clear that it's more masculine. And for some of them, it's clear that it is neither of these and it's something completely else. And then there are some that are more fluid and that shift depending on the energy that they need each day, that what is required of them. Talking about gender fluid people here, where it shifts a bit more depending on what is needed here. Speaking from myself, because I also identify as gender fluid, for me personally, I noticed it's not even like a shift from day to day, and it's not a dramatic shift. It is very subtle, but whatever is needed more in the particular situation that I'm in is the thing that is coming to the forefront, is the energy that is more present in this moment, right? So this is a mastery. This card speaks of a mastery regarding these fluid constructs, these fluid structures, this fluidity. It's a very, very balanced energy. I will read this card to you in a moment because I think you could benefit from hearing this message because it's so positive. It's very, very beautiful. And I also want to draw your attention to the spider here, because spider is always the creator energy. They create their web, they weave their web, which is you being in the position, because you see the net here is not woven yet, right? So has a clean slate element to it. And I feel like this is a representation of your own energy. And before we go deeper, actually, let me first of all read this to you. Let's start with that. The androgyne. Creative transcendence, multiplicity, the artist. The androgyne is a deeply revered image in alchemy. Born of Hermes and Aphrodite, Hermaphroditus has been classically depicted as a balanced union of divine masculine, the sun, and divine feminine, the moon. Yet today's alchemist knows the androgyne is far more nuanced than that. It encompasses the infinite spectrum and reveals itself in ever-changing, non-binary forms. The divine Hermaphrodite defies definition as it is a deeply personal, felt experience. Accessing this fluid and enlightened state requires us to slip into the contradictory realm of the senses. Breath by breath, we are drawn into our limbs, our fluids, our orifices, organs, and cells. We let go of rules and labels. Judgment is suspended. The gods are present, as are the creative mysteries of the underworld. For a brief moment, we hold all of our complexities in one loving form. Like a newborn, we know not our name, gender, age, or location. We are the embodied artist, embraced unconditionally by sun and moon. What I find very interesting as well, there's in the book here at the bottom, there's always a little section which is called to ponder, which is basically some puns, some journaling prompts to go deeper. And for this, it says sexuality without language and intimacy without sexuality. And this is interesting to me because the guilt chakra, or the emotionality of guilt is very, very deeply connected to the sacral chakra, which is the center of our sexuality as well. And I did get a message about touch for you that I will talk to when we get to the ancestors card. So already there's a connection here. But so this speaks about this transcendence, which is very, very beautiful. I feel like this is a very beautiful way of existence, of just allowing yourself to be who you are without having these labels, without having these rules. And even me saying something like I identify as gender fluid, is language is just a helping hand in trying to describe feelings. It's never the totality of how we feel or how we perceive it. It's just a means to an end, right? And if you are someone who feels like you just feel like other, or just some type of way, and you don't have the words for it, that's fine. Keep running with this. Honestly, this is so overrated. It's just for people to kind of make sense of you in a way, and for people to have a better understanding of who they are dealing with, and how to approach this other person. I feel like it's got more to do with social interactions than the actual person itself. So I want to say that first and foremost before we go deeper. Now, I do want to draw your attention to the connection that we have with these 3 cards, because you see here we have the golden pearl, or the golden, kind of like the golden pearl on top of the finger. And here in the Mercury card, it is literally the pinky finger. And then we have another golden energy here in the Sun card, right? It's interesting that it's the right hand with the palm. Now let me get a bit deeper into these cards. I just needed to point that out first and foremost. The Saturn card, when we look at this, I know this card can look a bit scary because we got the black and white, and we literally have this. I forgot the name for it, but this is what basically every depiction of death has in their hands in order to. That's all I'm going to say about that. And Saturn speaks of the personal authority. It speaks of having a new beginning and committing to it 100%. For you, I feel like this speaks about you having this completely fresh start because you needed to, for the family reasons that we will dive deeper into when we get to the archetype cards regarding your family. But your ancestor is like really drawing my attention to your personal journey of coming out of the closet and understanding yourself and your energy on such a deep level that far exceeds your family's understanding of not just yourself but also of their own energy. And I know it's difficult when you are understanding your own energy very well and you are very reflected when it comes to this, and the people surrounding you are not, for many different reasons. I mean, frankly, some of them are just straight up scared because it would mean that they would have to perhaps question things themselves that they are not ready to. So it's easier to just push it away and say that it's wrong, or any other thing that you could think of, because it also in a way challenges not only like their worldview or their view on people, but it challenges the whole system that we have in place as a society. To like break away from this. In a way, it's a very radical act. And I mean that in the best possible way. It's a returning to yourself, coming very, very close to yourself, very, very centered. It's very, very beautiful. Yeah, and because this one here is on the black side, I'm being drawn to this change, or you making this full commitment to yourself, which then made it feel very black and white regarding your family, with this little death symbol here. Makes me think that this was a very, very difficult change for you to make. So your ancestors are very, very proud of you for making this decision, for coming so close to yourself and staying true to yourself. They are very, very proud of you for that. They know that it's not easy. And Mercury can speak of trickery. And Mercury can speak of trickery as well as signals and messages coming through. It's a very, Mercury and Quicksilver is kind of funny that you got both of them because they are they are the same, right? Like quicksilver is a different word for mercury, and quicksilver is in itself, you cannot grasp it. It is a fluid material that just sort of like, it's slippery. It just slips away. I'm being drawn to having just quicksilver on a table, and the way that it just like spreads out and moves like all on its own, but in very like fluid type of way. If yeah, maybe look it up as well if you're up to it. Just like observe it for a moment, the way that it moves, and see how you feel about that. Like observe what this evokes within yourself, because I feel like there's something there. But anyway, this is coming back to the energy of being undefined, and just being your true self, which is fluid in some type of way. It's very, very beautiful. And Mercury speaks of the signals, but also of tricks and trickery. And because these two are together with like the slippery and the Mercury cards and the tricks, I'm being drawn to that things are not as they seem. You see things as very black and white in this situation, or more so, I mean, you see them as black and white, and your family does as well. But this symbol here, while I said it's a symbol of death, this is also a tool that can be used when you are at the end of summer, when you're harvesting your crops. It's always a matter of perspective, is what I mean. It's always a matter of perspective, and you need to hold close to your own perspective and not be so drawn into your family's perspective of the situation, because that is the trickery. That is the trickery of the situation, because the Sun card is the card of personal power. This is the essence card, the absolute essence card of personal power. Sun is the masculine energy. This is full power. This is shining as bright as you possibly can as your true self, just straight up in your full energy, fully grounded within yourself. Just even when you look at the hand gesture, it's like full on open like this, and there is right, it's not like this, it's like there is some tension there, but it's like a nice type of tension. It's like, hello, here I am. Do you know what I mean? It's a powerful type of gesture. And you see we have the beautiful triangle here. It's also my logo, which is the fire symbol. And the fire symbol speaks of this personal passion. I love it. And you see as well, like the pearl has kind of grown. You see, it kind of like the pearl, this like golden essence, which I see as you. That's a depiction of your own essence. You see how here it was like on top of the finger, and then it sort of like started to morph into the finger, got like into the fingertip here a bit to the left pinky, and then it went into the middle of the palm, which is a very, very prominent position to have it, because we're so sensitive down here. Such a sensitive area for the body. And you see how much it's expanded. This is the depiction of your personal power. This is how much you will grow through this. Oh, I love it. I love it so much. And with the virgin's milk here, it's a very, very powerful essence in the alchemical processes, because this substance in itself is magical, because virgin's milk, like how is this possible? How is this even possible? And there's a depiction or a different symbol, which is the dew that you can collect very, very early in the morning from the grass and from the leaves, etc. That is also another depiction of the virgin's milk, which is just fresh and pure, and has a lot of innocence, has a lot of potency. And with this coming up between the quicksilver and like the fluidity, and not being like set in that way, and the Sun card with this huge personal power, I feel like this is the new beginning for you. This is this magical new beginning that now feels very, very heavy because of this whole energy here feels very, very heavy, but this is such a beautiful, magical new beginning for you. Now, do I want to read any of the other cards for you before we move forward? Yes, I do. Okay, I want to read the Quicksilver card for you. And there's one message in the Saturn card that I want to draw your attention to because it was in my mind, but I didn't remember the full sentence, so I looked it up. And it is: to embrace Saturn is to embrace the foundation and become one's own central authority. And I feel like this is a process of just emancipation from your family and like just coming into your own sense of power. Remember, we spoke about this. And I do want to read Quicksilver for you because I think the synchronicities as well between Quicksilver and the androgen are kind of funny, in the best possible way. I love it when it's just connected that way. Okay, so Quicksilver. Slippery, mobile Mercury. Part liquid and part metal, Quicksilver, also known as Mercury, is a mesmerizing material. Its gift is to slip between worlds. It cannot be pinned down or easily defined. Mercury came to symbolize the god Hermes and the great hermetic secrets of alchemy, always sliding away into secrecy, just beyond the alchemist's grasp. It is said Mercury represents the transition between the physical and the unseen worlds, between life and death, between science and the esoteric. It is the metal of sacred thresholds. Shamanic practitioners of every tradition must acquire the ability to stand at the doorway between worlds. This is no small feat. The Mercury card indicates the querent has a particular gift for such a task. This is the work of the shaman, teacher, sage, artist, and alchemist. Heed the call of Quicksilver. The sacred thresholds requires your attendance. And then we got to ponder the power of a secret, which, again, kind of funny because we are trying to uncover a family's secret. I feel like you making this shift is some sort of initiation in more ways than just gender identity or your personal power. I feel like there might be a different shift happening, more so surrounding life path. Because I'm really, really, really being drawn here to the shamanic practitioners. Let's look into the next few cards for you to make a little more sense of it all. Okay, you got the Ten of Swords. You got the Queen of Pentacles. You got, what is this? Oh wow, okay. Yep, the the Eight of Swords. By the way, all of my decks are going to be in the description box down below, because usually when I pull these out, people start to ask. We got the World card. Wow. Now with the Ten of Swords, there is an energy here of feeling betrayed and quite literally stabbed in the back. To me, this feels like being stabbed in the back is coming from all sides, all parties involved regarding the family. Remember, I was drawn here to the black and white side, to both energies of the conflict. And I feel like both parties, or all parties involved, like both sides, feel this type of energy for different reasons. And I think that's why the perspective is so important to... Let me take a moment and speak about this, actually. When it comes to perspective, something that is very, very prominent on our planet is this idea that there is something like right and wrong, and I'm right and you're wrong, and it's pretty much what every single fight is about. The smaller ones as well as the bigger ones, when you think about wars, or you think about bigger social issues like racism, when you have homophobia, etc. It's like, if you really boil it down, everything has the same energy at its core, which is, I'm right, you're wrong. We have two different types of consciousnesses, two different types of opinions, because that's all what consciousness is as well. Two different types of opinions, and one must be right while the other must be wrong. However, there is a multiplicity in perspectives present on our planet, depending on the consciousness that each person has, depending on the lived experiences that we have, the traumas that we carry. Each of us sees the world in a different way, based on our conditioning from this lifetime, from other lifetimes, what we learned from our parents, from our families surrounding us, etc. Everyone has a different perspective because of that. Everyone sees the world in a different way. And while to them, how you are and how you are viewing the world feels wrong and feels like a stabbing in the back, to you, the other way around, feels like you are being betrayed in that sense, where you are left out in the cold so that you have no other way but to leave. So there are two parties here that are very, very, very hurt. It feels like a big rift in the family because of this. The reason I'm bringing this up is because you are putting too much energy into trying to change someone's mind, into trying to change their mind, when what you would be advised to focus on is your own energy. Because remember, the Saturn card spoke of you being your own authority and personal power, and we have it clarified here with the Queen of Pentacles. And the Queen of Pentacles is the ultimate energy of the ultimate working parent. By the way, I poured some coffee over this, so sorry about that. She's the ultimate working parent. She is an energy that is very, very grounded within herself. She has it all figured out. She has a good steady income. Most of the time she is the main income in the household, or the only income. She's very comfortable when it comes to making money. She is also highly, highly skilled in the emotional realm, where she can be very, very nurturing. She provides, basically, she pays the bills. She has the time to make meals at home, nourishing meals for herself, her family, her friends, partners, etc. And she has time for herself, to care deeply for herself. This is a very, very deeply, deeply caring energy. And with this being in between these two fight energies, with the Eight of Swords as well, I'm being drawn to letting you know, please take more care of yourself. Focus on yourself. Focus on grounding your own energy, and focus on taking care of yourself, regardless of what anyone else thinks, feels, says, or perhaps does behind your back. It doesn't matter. It's just their perspective. It's just their opinion. That is not the totality of the situation. That is not the entire truth of the situation. That's just their perspective. Much like, on the other hand, if they want to be so involved in you becoming happier for yourself and just coming closer to yourself, there is always the question you need to ask yourself. And I know that you have, because you walked away from the situation. Is this an energy that needs to be present in my life? Because then it means that, or like questioning whether or not they have your best interest at heart. And I know that you precisely questioned, or you asked precisely this question, and because of that you feel betrayed like this, because we have a very, very highly stylized image surrounding families in our societies as well, and how families should be like, and that you never leave family, and family is everything, and what's wrong with you if you don't play along, when, you know, there are situations where it's okay to leave. and it's okay to leave when it is a situation that harms you, where you can tell that the people surrounding you do not have your best interest at heart. That's not family in the sense that it is a caring community of people that uplift and inspire and help each other out and are loving towards each other. That is not the situation. The good news about this is family is not necessarily only bonded by blood, but family can also be made with other people that are fulfilling these qualities and that come together. It can be very, very beautiful. I know the beginning from personal experience. I know the beginning of this journey is very, very painful. And here we have the Eight of Swords, which is, the swords are connected to the mental space. So I'm being drawn to you, doubting your decision, not being able to see. You see this person here, they look like they are constricted in some way, when in reality they're not. That's just, it's not even on that tight. Like they could just take it off and take their blindfold off, and you see the circle is not even complete. They're not completely pulled in by the circle of swords. They just feel like it. They could just like walk away this way. Like it's not a problem. They can. They could also walk way behind because there's no sword behind them either. It's just a matter of perspective and a matter of perception of what your mind tells yourself. And I'm feeling drawn because remember with Mercury I spoke about the trickery that's around, and trickery and perception. I'm being heavily drawn to the guilt. This is coming up for me again, and the guilt that you have for leaving. And guilt, the emotion of guilt is sitting in the body system of the sacral chakra. So that's around the navel area. And that is the seat of our emotional identity. It's formed around the developmental stages between 6 months and around 2 years. So if we're already perceiving some trauma around that time, it tends to play out in later life. But as well, trauma accumulates. It's not just there. And odds are, if you are experiencing feelings of being more gender open and not set in stone, these feelings were there very, very early on, most likely for you, where you knew something was kind of different. What happens in these scenarios is that you know that you're kind of different. The people surrounding you, particularly the adults, can tell that something is a bit different. They know. Okay, they always know. Even if they say they don't, that's crap. They know. You can always tell. You can always tell. But in order to come into the social construct, right, we are being molded in a way. And slowly things from our own selves get sort of like chipped away, and we chip away at them ourselves because we are taught that things are wrong and we shouldn't be like this, or we shouldn't feel like this, or we shouldn't wear that, and we shouldn't do that because it's not fitting someone else's point of view. And that is a core of trauma. So I feel like there's so much surrounding this guilt that we could dive into. What is connected, like the other central topics of the sacral chakras are sexuality and emotions. When you have a balanced sacral chakra, it's centered around the topics of fluidity, which is why I'm breaking it up, because it's the third time that it's kind of mentioned in the cards. It's also centered around like feeling pleasure and healthy sexuality. And you're carrying around a substantial amount of guilt for who you are. It crops up every now and then. It's not something that's there every day, but when you remember this energy, this comes up, because remember this, if this is an energy that has been instilled within yourself when you were just a little toddler, I don't need to tell you that it builds up the more life experiences you have, where you also realize that you're different and you're trying to take yourself away and you're trying to lock yourself in and you're trying to lock yourself in a bit more and you're trying to fit in a bit more. So there are two types of guilt present within you. You have this one about not living your own authentic truth to the fullest self that you could, feeling guilty about that. And you got the guilt for leaving. Now, your ancestor is telling me right now that you have times where you doubt your decision of leaving because of all the pain that you feel like you caused your family. And for me to explain feelings about this a little bit. Okay. So, it's a feeling I understand. I've dealt with a lot of this myself, not for being this type of energy, for other reasons, that I separated from parts of my family. And it's difficult to handle this emotion because you know in your heart of hearts what you're doing is right for you and is healthy for you. It's a healthy decision to make, to bring yourself into an environment that is healthy and supportive of you, regardless of family or not, doesn't matter. But that's what you're doing at the core. You are recognizing what you desire, what you deserve. Most of all, what you deserve is just like basic human respect. And you're taking yourself to an environment that is healthy for you. That is something that is fucking incredible to do. I'm so proud of you for doing that. That is so hard. That is precisely why other people are instilling so much guilt in the people that are leaving and the people that are these cycle breakers, because they themselves know that the situation is not right and something is not healthy, but it's so much easier to shut up and do nothing. And remember, we have here this trifecta of being like, oh, I hear nothing, which is just fits right into this. I know it's so difficult, but it's always the right decision to leave a situation when you are moving into a healthy space. Regarding the pain that you have caused, or you feel like you have caused your family, because feelings are like, you are never the reason why someone else feels sad. Someone else feels sad because they have certain expectations of you and you don't meet them, or you know what I mean? It's like always, feelings always happen on the receiver's side. It's not, first and foremost, not your fault whatsoever. Their connotation with it. Now that is a nice abstract thought. It's true, but it's a nice abstract thought that is not, that is most of the time not super helpful in these types of situations. So, to give you another perspective, the reason why you are feeling guilty is because you're craving a loving connection to your family. You're craving a loving relationship with your family where you can be who you are, where you are fully supported, you are fully uplifted, you can support them, they can support you, you have a safe space to go to. And what happens when you leave as the healthy person, when you leave a toxic system of any type of dysfunctional system, what happens is you are the one who kept some type of balance there because you were absorbing a lot of these energies. There are some learned behaviors that you have that I'm not going to go into in this reading, because that would just break this reading. That's like a whole reading all on its own, that you have developed within yourself because you were always the one that needed to adjust in order to keep the family peace. You leaving means for the people that are remaining that this glue that you provided is no longer there. So for them, it means that it is a very, very, very direct and, from their perspective, brutal confrontation with the reality of the situation that they are not ready to accept or question. So essentially, they are mad at you and in so much pain because they are not willing to reflect on the situation in an honest and healthy manner. So it's much easier to blame you for breaking things apart and leaving and making you feel guilty for that. It's much easier than having to address the actual situation. And this is a very, very, very important realization for you to have and to come to, and to write it down and to read it again. Because these thoughts, this mind space, this mental space here, is also just a perception. This mental space, when this is coming up, these thoughts, these doubts that are coming up, it's because they know how to push your buttons, and it's because deep down you have this pattern of wanting to be the glue, of wanting to make things okay, because it's something that you have been that you've been groomed into since you were very, very young. My advice for you would be, when you are not in this energy, to sit down and write, like get a journal, write down some of the situations, some of the traumatic situations as much as you can, right? Because probably like words were spoken, etc. Write things down for you to remind yourself, and then also write down the type of energies that you want to have around yourself, and write down why you deserve to live, not just why you deserve, but that you deserve to live a healthy life surrounded by healthy, supportive energies. And write down what I just said as well about the guilt, about the feeling that the guilt is not because you did something wrong for just wanting to be your true self, but that the guilt is coming because they are not willing to address the reality of that situation. They're not willing to, and that's why they're blaming you, because you are, by this just pure act of being your true authentic self and living your life the way that you want to, and having these consequences that you have taken out of them by looking around you and being like, there's really only a lot of pain here for me and there is no support here for me. So I'm taking myself to a situation where there is support, where there is the love and community and caring and just deep emotional connection that I truly desire. Write all of that down. And I'm saying that because when you are in this mindset and these thoughts keep popping up, read it. Have a view where you reread the situations, the things that have been said, as well as the other things, and always end with the I deserve to live that type of life. There are also there's some EFT tapping video, like emotional freedom technique, that I will give you to deal with some of these feelings. I'm going to put this in the description box down below for you. There will be like a little part with extra resources. So I'm going to put something down for you to deal with these types of emotions when you feel like you are trapped in your thoughts. And you feel like, man, there's a lot of pain because of me. And, right, people are responsible for their own feelings, and people are responsible for handling them appropriately, for having healthy personal management of their own feelings. That's not your responsibility. You are responsible for your own feelings and for your own well-being. And looking at this, you are taking that authority over your own life and over your own well-being. You are taking that. And this like guilty type of bullshit, sorry, but I gotta say it like this. It's like making you feel guilty type of bullshit. For you living a happy and healthy life. This is some toxic, dysfunctional mess. You don't need that in your life, frankly. So, went a little off on a tangent there. So you have the World card here. And I love the fact that we end this little journey with the World card, right? Because what I love about this is that this is a bit of a magician energy. This is like looking back while like going forward, and this is the world is at your fingertips. This is just like an open book, and I love that it's underneath the Quicksilver and like this journey of you coming into your full self. Because you see like here what they have in their hands is in some other cards of the deck. This is the magician wand that they hold, and they have two. I love that. It's also, by the way, these energies that are here are the unseen energies. And remember, the Quicksilver card spoke about shamanic tendencies and unseen energies, and as an alchemist or shaman mystic being, or like standing on the verge between the two worlds and being able to navigate both. That's why I said I feel like this is also an initiation for you, because the more that you come into yourself, I feel like you have these qualities within yourself to have this type of connection to, I'm just going to say like subtle energies, to connect to that. I feel like it's not something that is fully came back to you yet. I don't think so. I think that's something that will slowly develop the more that you de-stress from this and the more that you quiet the mind, because parts of being able to tap into these energies and be fully sensitive to them is to be in a calmer mind state so that you can hear, because it's very subtle energy, right? Essentially, that's what I'm doing right now. It's like it's very subtle energy. So the mind needs to be in a certain state in order to be receptive to perceive that. But I feel like you do have these tendencies within yourself. Remember with the Virgin's milk as well. This is like the magical essence. Oh, I love that. That's so cool. Love that. Okay. I have one more thing to say actually before we get into the archetype cards of the four parties that are involved in this. I want to draw your attention to the Queen of Pentacle cards because I didn't say that before. I just looked at my notes, that's why. Remember how I said that she's the ultimate working parent. She takes very good care of herself. And remember how in the beginning I was drawn to the physical head and the headache, as well as having a lot of tension in the neck. One message that your ancestor as well gave me was that you are a little bit in need of comfort of physical touch, basically a little bit touch starved. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because when I pull your cards, when I meditate, I sometimes feel sensations on my own body. Oh wait, I need to change my battery. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So the top of my right hand got super, super heated, like really, really warm, like someone was touching it. And when I asked the ancestor energy that was coming through, like why? Because they were like present, like here while I was doing this, like I could feel like the heat right next to me as well. What they told me was, well, first they said two things. First of all, you could benefit from doing some self-massage. I was drawn to two areas. One was the hands and the other one was the neck. Again, I have some favorite videos, particularly for the neck. I'm going to pop it in the description box down below for you. Because listen, needing the comfort of physical touch is something that you can give yourself by doing some self-touch. And can be sexual, doesn't have to be. It can be as sweet as like holding your own hands. I like to do that when I'm sleeping, actually. It's just, I tend to wake up like this. It's so comfortable for me for some reason. It's so nice. You can also, like, when you are having a sad moment or you're feeling a bit lost in this sauce with this card or with this energy, take a moment to lie down on the couch, have some soothing words for yourself, to talk yourself down, to talk yourself through this, to reassure yourself that I am doing this because I want to live a healthy, happy life, and I deserve to be accepted. I deserve to be treated with respect. I deserve to be happy and thriving. And I'm taking myself into a situation where I can actually do that. I'm proud of myself. Good job. And then very, very gently stroke your own hair a bit. It sounds silly when I say it like this, but try it out a few times, just like a little bit, and see what happens for you. See if something changes for you, how it feels. Because really that is a very, very gentle and tender care that you can provide for yourself. The touching. The second message that I got for you, which was connected to this because it kept going. Your ancestor has a very, very strong energy, but very, very soothing. And like I said, made me feel physically warm. They told me to, in this reading, take a moment with you, where basically, if you have your hand, can you place it with your palm up on your lap, on your table, wherever you're watching this, or next to you on the bed, wherever. Just it doesn't matter which hand, whichever one you want. Take a moment and take 3 deep breaths. Feel into the sensation of your hand. Does it feel warm? Does it feel cold? How does it feel for you? And now I want you to take a moment and ask your ancestor that is coming through in this reading. It's one energy in particular. Ask them for support. Ask them to show you that they're there by holding your hand, the hand that you have outstretched. Go ahead. You can ask them now. And I want you to focus on the sensations of your hand, in your hand. Breathe deeply. Focus your energy on it. Focus your intention on it. Even close your eyes for a moment. And breathe deeply. I want you to observe what happens. Now I'm going to give you 30 seconds on this. How did this feel for you? Did you feel something? You can ask them anytime that you feel like you need the support. You can ask them. You can also ask your spirit team to come through to physically comfort you, to be there with you, to give you signs that what you're doing is beneficial for you. You can even pick a sign. You can say, I want to see a blue rock on my walk today, or something. Give me a sign. You can pick your symbol and then see where it pops up. They're there for you. They are here to support you through this. They are so happy that you chose yourself, that you chose to come closer to yourself, to work on coming into your full power. They are so proud of you because they themselves have dealt with the same energies. This is an old pattern in your family. This is not something new, this is old. They once stood where you have stood. The difference is they didn't walk away. They were not capable. They could not make that choice. They were not ready. So that's why the grief that you're feeling and the guilt is so much more intense, because you're not only dealing with your own emotions, but you're dealing with inherited emotions as well. There is such a thing as intergenerational trauma that can be traced even in the DNA. Let that sink in for a moment. This fight between these two energies has been present within yourself for so long, and has been present within your family for so long, because you and I both know that these two energies between right and wrong when it comes to gender identity or sexualities that are outside of the norm are things that every queer person deals with. This pattern runs so deep within your family. That's why it's coming up as your family's secret. I feel like you are the first one from your family line to break free. But make no mistake, there are plenty of people who have felt this way, or any type of way like that were not able to break the cycle. But you are, and you are here for a reason. They're so proud of you. I love you so much. So ask them for signs, ask them for help, ask them for support. Tell them to send you some signs, because you have the mystical inclination within yourself. There is family around you right now, right this second, that is present within you, and that is present right next to you, that is there to support, but they are in the unseen realms. But you can perceive them with training your subtle energy a bit. They want to connect to you. They have more to tell you, and they want to guide you through this. Okay. Let's get into the archetype cards. It's such a sweet energy that your ancestor has, I really have to say. It's so sweet. Also, the touching of the hands, even when they told me this, I was like, this is such a sweet energy, I love it. Reminds me of my grandma. Okay. So I pulled some archetype cards, and my guides asked me to pull pull cards for 4 different energies. The first energy that we're going to look at is you. The second energy that we're going to look at is your mother. The third energy that we're going to look at is your sibling. And the fourth energy that we're going to look at is your ancestor. Anything that could describe them. Now let's start with your energy. We got the comic, and we got the card of the cave. And particularly when I pulled the cave is where I heard the message that it recently came out of the closet. And the comic is an energy, there are 2 messages here. The first one is, you see that there's the light here in the cave that represents you. But the cave is an ambiguous energy in the way that the cave was used in order to keep safe. When we think back in humanity, it was a safe space to be. But the cave can also be an energy where you go into to hide, hermit mode. And basically it's the difference between solitude and loneliness as well, the cave. And the difference between feeling like you are in solitude or loneliness is how close you are to yourself. What I mean by that is, are you taking good care of yourself? Are you doing things you genuinely enjoy, that you feel just like straight up pleasure and joy and happiness? Are these things that are nurturing you? if you feel nurtured in your own presence, we're talking about solitude. And I feel like solitude, or the concept of solitude versus loneliness, is something that you could research a little bit and contemplate a bit. It's becoming your own friend. And becoming your own friend is a very necessary thing for you to establish more within yourself. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. I know it's not necessarily promoted that well in our society, to actually enjoy spending time by yourself and be fine and be happy and have all of your hobbies and interests. But it's a beautiful, beautiful stage to be in. Truly, honestly. I see the light there, so I'm very hopeful for you in general. And then we got the comic there. I'm going to read the comic for you for 2 reasons, but let me first say, the comic is, for me, in this context and energy, that has used humor in order to deflect from their grief, sadness, pain beforehand. I say beforehand because there comes a point where the grief and the pain becomes, and the guilt becomes so strong that humor is no longer helping. That's when we drop down into this energy where we just collapse for a bit. And there's silence. And the silence can feel deafening. Because when the silence feels deafening, it's because we are alone with our own thoughts and they are way too loud. I'm being drawn to a song right now. It's called Does Your Brain Ever Get This Loud? I don't remember the artist right now, but I'm also gonna pop it down below because I hear the chorus of that song right now. Yeah, I'll pop it down below for you. And I feel like it was something that has previously worked for you as a coping mechanism, and I feel like it's not fully working for you anymore in the same way that it did. Where now this feels more like you're being sucked down into the cave. Because while you're using this to deflect, you're very aware that you are. So in a way, it is deepening the pain for you. It's no longer a lighthearted thing to do. It's not beneficial for you anymore. And that is actually natural in the evolution of this, because the more truth that you speak and the closer you come to yourself, this is like a massive shift, coming from into the closet, to standing up for yourself, speaking the truth, being in your own authentic self, and taking yourself out of a situation. That's a huge leap in personal growth. And what happens then as well is the things that we did before are not giving us the same satisfaction anymore. The people that we were hanging out with before are not really fulfilling the same roles anymore, simply because we've outgrown a situation on many different levels. So there is a need for you to find healthier ways to to deal with these feelings. But the comic also has a second energy. And for the second energy, I'm gonna read the card for you because it's beautiful. The comic, the Joker, the Clown, the Fool. The comic carries a remedy for all that ails this world. Amid the deepest pain and suffering, there is always the potential to lift up and out of the darkness through laughter. Though dismissed by some as lowbrow or unsophisticated, this archetype actually has a highly advanced mind. Some might use the word genius, as humor requires one to see the situation from afar rather than to be swept away by the drama. The comic sees and accepts the messiness of life, using it as material to be mixed and shaped into a potion to soothe the stressed and serious mind. They literally lighten us up. Thus, within the comic is usually the sage or the magician, working healing magic upon the audience who will lend an ear. The comic may be the archetype that heals the deep division in our world, one pun at a time. When dark, sarcastic, harsh, brooding, and drunk. When light, hilarious, ingenious, spirited, and easygoing. This is why I'm bringing this energy up, because you are right now on the dark side. Like I said, it's not like the way in which you go about it. It's more, a little more like self-deprecating in a way that it's not. It's also very, very cynical. I feel like you're very, very cynical and a bit bitter at the moment. When you're making your jokes, I feel like it's coming. It has like this aftertaste of feeling bitter. And that's this part of you that feels like it's being sucked down in a cave, like that deepens the pain. But know that this is a temporary thing. Sometimes when our archetypes that we have are coming into a moment of expansion or up leveling, they go dark for a bit, then they go light for a bit, and then they oscillate a bit before they balance out. And what I see for you is you going through this journey. When you're at the end of this, when you are in the sun energy in your full power, you will have the overview of this, and you will be able to uplift others who, once again, are standing where you are right now. So you will lighten the mood for others who are going through this. You're helping them through this with your humor, which is beautiful. It's very, very necessary energy. Okay, then for your mother. By the way, when I shuffled these archetype cards, I had difficulty with shuffling two of the cards, and that rarely happens. I had difficulty with shuffling for your mother, and I had difficulty with shuffling for your sibling. And they just did not want to mix and integrate fully. There was like, for both of them, there was 3/4 wanted to mix, and then there was 1/4 where it was just like clashing. It was like a rift. And I got the sense of splintered energy. There's just like one part that did not want to integrate. And then when I pulled the card for your mother, when it just came out, it made me laugh a lot, because I got the fault line for her. That's her energy. That's the archetype energy that I got for your mother. It's the fault line. And before you freak out about this, because it's not necessarily the image that we want to see, it's good, because it's a cracking open. It's not a, while it feels like destruction in the moment, it is actually cracking open. When you think about it, when you have, let's say, a little duckling in its egg, it also needs to crack it open before it can come out and see that there's a whole new world. Okay, so things need some time. Like, she needs some time. There's nothing for you to do now except take care of yourself and live your life. But this crack and this rift, being drawn back to this energy, remember how this is part of your family. It's part of her energy as well, because she herself is a product of this own energy, the energy that she gave and passed on to you, which created this tremendous amount of guilt surrounding you being your true self and just living your life, is a guilt that she had passed down to herself as well. This is something that goes back in the generations, because this fault line speaks of like fissure, crack, but it's also has an element of destiny with it, because the fault line is an energy that speaks of this crack in a way where we are in an energy that we know that something's not right, but we ignore it. We don't like to address it. We just ignore it. And it's interesting to me that this is coming up with the overarching energy of like the trauma trifecta of I hear nothing. I feel like someone, and by someone I mean your mother, because it's coming through like this, she just doesn't want to hear it. She just doesn't want to listen. It's like she's temporarily going deaf by choice. It's like selective hearing as well. Is that perhaps how she handles you? Like, is that a way or a pattern in your family, like conflict management pattern, basically, when a conflict comes up? Is that how it's been done to keep the other person quiet, is to pretend that nothing happened and that no one said something? Is that a pattern in your family? For now, there is nothing you can do about that. You cannot speak to someone who's not willing to listen, who's not open to listening. You've already left the situation. Give it a rest. Take very good care of yourself. Give them time to adjust. They might come to talk to you at some point. They might not. Like I said in the intro, this is the first part of the reading. This is what you're ready to hear right at this time. It's not right. We will go deeper next time. But for now, there's nothing you can do. But just know that she knew, okay? Basically, she knew. It's not like she knew, but she didn't want to hear it. She didn't want to see it. She didn't want to acknowledge it, but she knew. So let her deal with her emotions by herself. And it was good of you to take yourself out of the situation and to leave for your own well-being. She needs to take care of her own feelings by herself. Let her deal with her conflicted emotions. You also had time to deal with your conflicted emotions, right? Give yourself the same courtesy. You're the most important part of your own life. You're not responsible for how she feels. Let her figure this out. Give it time, give it rest. Focus on creating your new life. Okay. Now the energy for your sibling that I got 2 cards that I didn't see. Oh wow, that's so interesting. We got Kairos. And we got, whoa, the mentor. Your sibling also had this energy where it was splintered and it just did not want to mix. And it was with the same quantities as your mother. What's interesting to me with these 2 cards is Kairos speaks of divine timing, speaks of synchronicities, speaks of the right place at the right time, things coming together in a miraculous way. And the mentor is just a teacher energy in general. I feel like it's a positive energy. Because the eye is being highlighted here for me, is your sibling starting to see the situation as well, like having an overview of this in a different way? And clearly they're also conflicted, but I feel like it's different. It's not the same. It's not the same energy like your mother. It's a different type of feeling conflicted. Are they trying to... Let me take a moment and think about this. Oh, okay, I see. So they're trying to mediate in the situation a bit. That's why they're conflicted and torn, because on the one hand they understand your perspective a bit more, but they also understand your mother's perspective, right? So they carry within themselves a bit of this multiplicity in perspective that I spoke of in the beginning. And this is happening in divine timing, like right place, right time. You need to trust that your sibling is going to come around in the right way, and they will also, because you see, we got wisdom here, we got the eye. They're observing. Trust that they're observing. They're going to come around in the sense of in a year from now, you and them are going to have a very different conversation about this whole topic. Vastly different conversation. It's a year. Give it a year. They need to observe. Let them tire themselves out if they want to. They have some lessons to learn themselves. They need to address their splintered energy in their own way as well. I understand this is stressful though to have, when you have a toxic type of family system or a dysfunctional type of family system, it's never just one person, is it? It's everyone else who's involved who's trying to keep the structure intact. It's the most exhausting, for me, that was the most exhausting part, was not necessarily like the main people that were involved, but everyone else around. That's the tiring aspect of it, because they can never shut up about it, what it feels like. And that's why, that's also in a way what keeps the guilt strong, right? You can set some boundaries with your sibling as well. Yeah. Okay, this is what I have to say about them. And then I have, for your ancestor, there were a lot of cards that came out. So we got the threat. Straight away I'm being drawn, there's a rainbow up top. Remember how I said your ancestors, the one that's coming through, has also like some queer energy about themselves. And I remember how I said that they never made it out, like they couldn't take the step that you took, right? So there's the red thread here. They're represented with the red thread, and then we got the vow. Oh wow, that's a powerful energy. Okay. The message that they're giving me for you right now is because you have questioned basically the family pact, is what it means. Like you've questioned the family pact and you've made your choices. You've made a new vow to yourself. And this is why the vow card is coming out. First of all, we got the divine energy here. We got the holy, sacred energy here. In this card, it's a representation of them, because they're proud of you for this. This is like right for you to do, to just have this pact with yourself of your own well-being. It's great. But it's coming up because you have a connection with this ancestor of yours when it comes to the way that your lives play out. There are synchronicities between the events that took place and the order in which the events took place. There are certain similarities between the two of you when it comes to this. The outcome was different because you've taken the step that they could not take. And that's why they're surrounding you right now as well, because they have learned so much by staying in their position and not moving. And now as well, like from observing you, it's like you, in a way, were living kind of the same life, but almost like alternate realities, where in one reality, you decided to take the plunge and leave for your own well-being, and while in another reality or another dimension, you decided to stick in this. So there's a lot of wisdom here, and they want to share this wisdom with you because you are so caught up in this, in the guilt and in this mind game. So caught up in this. That's why they want to share it so badly. That's why they're coming through so very strongly to me. Oh, wow. Okay, so we got the shaman card to describe them. Yep. Wow. Okay. I'm going to leave this by itself in a way, because okay. Wow. The reason why I'm saying wow like this is because, remember, with the Quicksilver card, we spoke about you having these like shamanic tendencies within yourself that are not tapped into. So there is a whole line in your family that has these types of sensitivities for the other realms, for the subtle energies, for the sensitivities. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah. So they can teach you a lot on how to so they can teach you and want to teach you a lot on how you can work through this family karma. That's basically one thing that you're here for in this lifetime. You are the cycle breaker, and you are here with a task to transmute this fight energy within yourself. Because the thing is, when you are healing yourself, you're not just healing yourself, your healing also reaches back in the past. So you healing this ancestral pattern or this ancestral fight energy, you're also healing them too. So they have a lot that they want to bring through to you regarding the healing journey. Oh, that's beautiful. And see, I told you about the hand. We did this little things. Look at the hand here. It's also outreach. It's like literally reaching hand out to you, being like, take it. Take it. Come on, take it. Hold my hand. Oh, that's so beautiful. Oh, I love that so much. Oh, that's great. And then, well, we got, yep. So this is not an energy. This is, yeah. So Thanatos in this deck is the card of death. And you see here's the spider. Remember at the beginning I was drawing your attention to the spider and the web has not been woven yet. And that's your energy. And this is the energy of your ancestor where there's a fully developed web. I mean, ancestor, they died, but to go a bit deeper than this, it's like I said, with this like two different realities, they have made a completely different web because they took different situations at a critical point, and because of that, they have so much information to share with you. Oh, that's cool. I'm going to pop a meditation down for you below. Maybe a sleep hypnosis or hypnosis meditation that I've done before to connect to ancestral energy. I'll pop back down one down below for you that you can do whenever you're ready, okay? Just because they want to connect with you a lot does not necessarily mean that you need to do everything. Like, take everything in your own time. Don't overload yourself. That's what I'm trying to say here. Take care of your own well-being. And then when you feel like you have the capacity to dive into this, you can. And trust me, like, they're not going to be mad at you for it. They are happy. They're just letting you know that they're ready for it. Okay, he's ready for it. Yeah. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, I have one last card for you, and then we are finished with today's reading, which is the hummingbird card. I feel like for you, this is the outcome card of this situation. And basically, you are this energy. Look how colorful they are. They are just so radiant and vibrant. And you see all of these energies around here. All of these energies around. Oh, it's beautiful. Beautiful. So this is your radiant self. This is your inner essence. This is you being fully in your own power, fully in your own essence. Oh, I love it so much. So this is what you're working on right now. This is who you are. This is who you will become through this journey. It's beautiful. Quick side note. Hummingbirds are known for remembering specifically where flowers are or where location-wise, where they can find the nectar. They have like very, very good recognition, remembrance for that. So every day they return to it. I'm being drawn to this because with the Queen of Pentacles down here and you feeling kind of like parched, start writing some lists on things that actually nourish you, that nourish your body, that feel good for you, that fill your energy reserves up. And write some lists and make sure to do something of this every single day. I do want to read this card as a closing message for you. Okay. Hummingbird. I am hummingbird. I am creator shaman. I am the burst of light in the darkness. Whirling and weaving through the pattern of time, I create the nectars of life. I am the fragility of time and the strength of passion. I am the beauty of nature in motion. I advise you to keep your garden in order. I am the fleeting brilliance of the moment. I am the here and the now. When your world has ceased to make sense, I will be the one fluttering at your window. Hover precisely where you are and take a good look around. Take it all in before your next great adventure. I am luminosity. I am the magic that happens with the first breath. I am the life that stirs at dawn. I am the opening of the flower in the spring. There is a miracle in every particle of life. You are spontaneous action. You are divinity made manifest. You are the joy of movement. You are hummingbird. And because I said this is the outcome card, I'm heavily being drawn back to the Quicksilver card that we got. And you going on a little mystical journey as well, like discovering this side of yourself along the way. Creator shaman, you're creating your own life. It's beautiful. And remember, this card here spoke about the magic that happens at dawn, and this is with the virgin's milk. It's the dewdrops that are being used in like alchemy for very, very potent magical essences and potions, etc. Now, I know that where you are at right now is a painful place to be, and it feels like the whole world is crumbling and the pressure is too much. It's just too much. And coming from all sides at the same time. And it's this family member and that family member, and they talk to each other, and then both of them come at you. And I know this can feel like there is no end to it and like you're not going to make it. I know. But speaking as someone who has successfully come out the other side of that, there is another side to that. There is a journey to be made through, and I know that you're more than capable of going through that. I can assure you that there will be so much love, joy, connection, and happiness that you will discover along the way. You're going to be happier than you ever thought possible before. You're going to feel so comfortable in your skin, much more comfortable than you ever previously thought was possible for you. It's so beautiful. Look at this. This is your end energy. This is you. What you're going through right now is worth fighting for. To be the own authority in your life is worth fighting for. To be your true magnificent self is worth fighting for. I believe in you. You can do this. And your ancestors are here to help you along the journey. They want to connect to you. They are ready when you are. But don't ever for 1 second think that you're alone in this, because you are not. There are so many people who have experienced similar situations than you do, who have made it through as well. Let that be a little bit of hope for you. The silver lining behind that. You got this. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. You will get there. Now, my beautiful pile number 2s. That is the reading that I have for you today. I am so proud of you for attempting this journey and for living your truth. I'm truly, truly honored to read your energy and to connect to your super sweet ancestor. Remember to check my extra resources in the description box down below for you. Will be a little help along the healing path for you. And I'm sending you the biggest hug in the world. Truly, 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 I do. And I hope I see you again sometime. Have a beautiful rest of your day. Bye. If you chose this beautiful figurine, welcome to your reading. Now, for you, I have a little bit of a story before we even start, because, listen, someone does not want you to hear these messages at all. This is my 4th attempt of recording, trying to record this. Legit, like the 4th time. Each and every single time that I've sat down to record your pile, there has been such a massive interference from outside regarding noise, etc., that it was not possible for me to record. And like, really, it's been quiet, everything quiet. I sit down, as soon as I hit the record button, all hell broke loose, like each and every single time. And there is a construction site around where I live, but I plan my readings and these recordings in such a way that there is no noise interference. So that's why it's so obscure to me. It's currently like 6 a.m. in the morning on the weekend, and I'm recording this because I feel like each passing day, basically, that I'm not recording this and not getting this message out to you, I feel a sense of urgency here, okay? So right now I am going to basically going to ignore any of the outside noise that comes through. Sorry about that, but we're just going to power through to this together, because this is very, very important to get out. Also, this means that I pretty much just get up, so my voice is a bit sleepy, and like, I basically sang one song before I hit record. It's gonna be a bit sleepy, all right? Just so you know. Now, after I pull the cards and before I start the reading, I like to meditate a bit on your energy and call your ancestors in already and see if there are any direct messages that want to come through. And I got a few for you. Most of them I will address in the reading, but the first thing that I heard was that you are so scared. I just heard scared over and over again, and scared to death. And as soon as I connected to your energy, my breathing got shallow, and my chest locked up a bit. And then I also had some other bodily sensations where my solar plexus area felt like it collapsed inward. Like it felt like it collapsed inward into my body. And solar plexus is the area where our personal power is located. So there is a sense of loss of power here that you are feeling right now in this situation, which has led you to feel so scared. And then, like, from the collapsed solar plexus, the heart center felt a bit constricted. And then I felt a sense of panic creeping up from the solar plexus up through my body to my head. And lower body, I didn't feel a lot. It was really strong, this inward collapsing of the sensation there. So with you being so scared and in such a panic mood, I would like to start this reading with 3 deep breaths in and out for you, so that you can arrive at this reading and center yourself to be able to hear these messages as clearly as possible. So let's go ahead, shall we? Take a deep breath in and out. Take a deep breath in and out. Take a deep breath in And out. Okay. Now, there are the other messages that I wrote down. I will get into in the reading. Let's start a moment by looking at this figurine, because I had one song that came up for me after I pulled the cards and when I started to sink in your energy. And it's called Something in the Water by the Jealous Girlfriends. I'm also going to put it in the description box down below. And I specifically heard the lyrics. I think there's something in the water. Well, then again, it could be something in the air. But there's none to be found in the dirt on the ground. But the choices I made are ad hoc anyway. And then a little bit later on, I also heard the lyric aspect of, I don't remember the full line, but it's repeating your story to yourself again and again and again to make it all make sense. And with this, like, I think there's something in the water. Well, then again, it could be in the air. That was the biggest part that was highlighted. And it could be on the ground. I feel like you are, I mean, the eyes are closed here for a reason. Like, you're literally looking for a solution, or you're looking for a reason. You are on an active searching quest to understand this secret, to understand what's going on. That's why you're basically kind of trying to look anywhere, but you feel like it's in the water. And when we are in such a panicked state as well that I felt from you, we are trying to look in every possible situation, every possible spot in order to find what we're looking for. And we're not going to be able to see everything when we are in such a panicked state. It's been a message that came through for every single pile so far, where soothing your body and making sure that your nervous system is in check is very, very important. Because the calmer you are, the easier it is for you to see every single detail and to be in an observing presence. And that means that you will be able to witness what's actually going on. Now, that's all I have to say for now. We will get back to this figurine later on for you, I have a feeling. And I am going to start to get the cards. For now, let me put this little figurine up here so that you can see them. And I'm going to get the cards. Okay, so I have the first set of your cards. I'm curious. When cards come out, when I pull them and they come out with the backside up like this, I don't flip them until it's time to look at them. So the first card that you got, oh wow, is the Moon. You got Reddening. You got Dissolution. This one I'm gonna leave like this for now. You got a lot of cards, by the way. The next card that we have for you is Sugar. And then we have the Saturn card for you, which is interesting. So straight up makes me smile a little bit because I will talk about this card in a second, but let's start with Reddening for a moment, because Reddening in this deck is the card that speaks of the life force energy. It speaks of blood. It speaks of like the life force energy that you have within yourself. And remember how just now I spoke about you coming into a calmer state of your body, taking care of your nervous system in order to come out of the panic mode. And with panic mode for you, I feel like you are in oscillating between flight and fight mode. These two modes are active within you, and you oscillate from one to the other. Because fight mode, I have more to say about this when we get a bit later to the reading. But your body is oscillating between these two. So straight away, I'm being called to let you know, please do take care of your body and calm down into a calmer state. We got the Luna card here, which is the card of mysteries in this deck. It speaks. You got another moon card, by the way, from the tarot deck that I also pulled. And the moon speaks about the subconscious, about mysteries, about secrets, about not knowing, about being in the dark. And we start this family secret reading with me having the feeling, like getting the song, that you are looking for the solution or looking to understand, and you cannot find it. You think it's in the water, but you don't know. And then the first card that we got for you is mystery, quite literal mystery. But we will get deeper into this because I have a feeling. But this card for me lets me know as well, because this is so on point, that again, like I said in the intro to this tarot reading, we are not going to get into the full story of what's going on. We're getting into the first aspects of it, right? That's why the moon is being handed to you in a way. This is the beginning of the unraveling of this mystery. I'll get back to this card. We got dissolution. Dissolution for me as the connotation, or I'm thinking of the word dissolving. So there is a dissolving happening that you are trying to happen. I feel like there's a very specific situation in your life right now, and I have a feeling that it's involving parts of your family and your child. I think as well your child, some child, like there's a kid involved somewhere here, that you are trying to dissolve a situation and trying to dissolve a big type of conflict. Now with dissolution, or when we're thinking about the alchemical process of separating solutions from one another, like liquids from one another, you need to know exactly which method to use in order to be successful in doing that. And there's a method to dissolve every single solution or every single mixture on this planet. There is a solution for it. There is a process, and a chemical process, in order to separate these things. And I feel like we will get a bit deeper into the bottom of what the right method is for you to start dissolving this conflict or this situation, because I feel like that's really what we're looking at here. Because you see as well, there is a vessel here, a bowl, and then we have the spirit coming in, like flying in. As well, this lets me know that the solution, there is divine help for you to find the solution to the situation at hand, to the first part of it. But that's the first message I got for this. This is, oh wow, nice. So we got the summer card. Summer card is the point where abundance is at its absolute fullest outside of nature. It's when the harvest starts to happen as well. It's the beginning of the harvest season. It's when everything is at its peak. So I feel like in the context of this situation that we're talking at, the conflict energy that is present right now is at its peak. It's at its absolute strongest. You are currently experiencing the absolute peak of this family secret, or of this family situation. And this is interesting to me because I've also pulled overarching energies that I like to put like outside of the camera view in case I need one or I want to look at one. And what came up for you as the overarching energy from this deck was the Autumn card. And Autumn speaks of the harvest, right? And you also see that there are all of these pearls of wisdom that are up here. So like solutions are coming in, they are at hand, but right now you are experiencing the peak of this secret, the peak of this dynamic, so to speak. Now we got the next card that we got is Sugar. And sugar is a bit of an ambiguous substance as well. While you look at this and you see like everything here is glittering and looks very, very rich. While sugar can make everything sweet, sugar can also be detrimental to our health, right? It depends on the balance that we employ when we are using sugar. I'm actually hearing the sentence that they are trying to sugarcoat the situation. We're gonna get a bit deeper into who they are, like who we're dealing with here. And I feel like that's part of the reason what makes you so panicked is because they are downplaying the situation for you, right? It's like you're being gaslit into them letting you know that you shouldn't be scared. It's basically they're questioning your feelings and validating your feelings, I should say, big time. And that's why you're oscillating as well, a bit from flight and fight. Because when they invalidate your feelings, you go into flight mode, and then when you've run away for a bit and you've taken some time to settle down a bit more into your body, you see the gaslighting for what it is, and you go straight back into fight mode. So you run back. So there's a running back and forth happening in this situation. It's very specific. That's so interesting. With sugar as well. And like right after summer, because remember, like summer is as well when nature is at its absolute peak. It's when the abundance is present. It's when the harvest happens. So like just naturally in the environment, there is a lot of sugar around when we're thinking about the fruits that you can harvest at the end of summer or in summer. Or you think about all of the veggies, the tomatoes that are grown in summer have the sweetest taste from the sunlight. Why is this coming up for me? There is currently some sweetness that you are denying yourself in your life because of this situation at hand, because of this secret at hand. You are quite harsh on yourself and you're trying every single second of your waking hour. You are basically immersed in this secret and trying to solve this situation. You're looking for the solution every single second of your waking hours, waking life. And I'm being drawn to this to let you know and to advise you to take a little bit of time off to connect to something in your life that brings you joy and that makes you feel full in yourself. It's an important thing for you to do. Very, very important to take that control over your energy, over your feeling state. I'm being drawn to give you an extra resource of some EFT tapping, so some emotional freedom technique. And it's an energy cleanse. It's a way to work with words and to dissolve emotions in the body and mind. Basically, you're making the connection between body and mind. And I will give you one video to do surrounding the conflict energy. And I will give you one specific video to do surrounding taking care of yourself or taking some time out. Yeah, that I would like you to do in order to feel your way into this. And underneath it, we have the Saturn card, which with this black and white is making me think of the conflict at hand and how like night and day, you are trying to solve this. The Saturn card as well speaks of you taking control over your own situation or over your own body, the way that you feel, by becoming the absolute center of your personal power, stepping into your personal power. Which again, with the solar plexus that came up for me at the very, very beginning, is so interesting because it felt like it collapsed. So I feel like you are experiencing a big, big, big sense of a loss of personal power because of other energies involved that feel right now overpowering. It feels like they have the power over you. And I got one image when I meditated on your energy, and this involved the kid that I think is involved in this situation as well, because they showed me a scene from a movie, and it's just like basically any Disney movie where you have a villain. And I was shown the scene when the villain catches hold of their victims, like in their hands, and I was specifically like, I saw a black cartoon hand that just did like this gesture, like, yeah, like this. And it's the scene when they are getting their victim like in their clutches like this, and then the hero stood outside of the situation. There was a rift in between, so they were standing on rocks, like rock formations, and the villain with the victim was standing on this side. Then there was a rift, like a massive rift in the rock. It was like a very deep descent, and then on the other side there was the hero, which was you. And the hero sees the victim the villain clutching the victim in their hands. And the hero felt very hopeless because they couldn't do anything about it yet. And they made it very, very clear to me to speak a little bit about this, because while you feel like you cannot do anything, it's not the ending of the situation. It's the moment of the movie where the villain gets a temporary tiny win, while the hero cannot do anything yet. But we all know how these movies end. The movies always end with the hero finding their solution and rescuing the victim out of the situation. While you cannot do anything about this right now, it's it's basically, you cannot do anything in this yet. It's not a definite you cannot do anything about it, but it's more so about like right now. And I did get a message that you need to hear an outsider's perspective on this and get some outside help. I heard specifically legal help, and that there is someone coming your way in the upcoming future that will help you, and you need to work on your trust, because in order for you to accept their help you need to work a bit on your trust. You need to allow them to help you in order to get going, right? Because like I said, with a solution, you currently do not have the solution, but there is someone else that knows exactly which alchemical process needs to be employed in this situation in order to separate these different solutions, and to purify that. That's not you. I did ask your ancestor about how you can recognize them, because I feel like that's important. And I got the message that there's something about them that reminds you of your Nan. They specifically said Nan, and also Nan is not a word that I would use. I would always use grandma. Yeah. And you got the advice to listen closely to your body and to trust it. They even gave me a bit of a time frame for it. They said for some of you within 6 weeks, and for others between 6 weeks and 3 months. Yeah. So let's get into this. I will speak a little bit more about personal power and doing things now, or just the concept of past, present, and future when we get a little bit deeper into the reading. Let's look at the next few of your cards. Now, for you, I got the Three of Pentacles. We got the Eight of Pentacles. We got the Moon card again, like I said. And we got the Empress. We got the Ten of Wands. And we got the Lovers. This is much better. Okay, let's start with the Three of Pentacles, because I have two messages for this. The first one is when I pulled the card, I heard the message they're teaming up. And it felt like a teaming up against you. So I feel like there are three energies involved that are teaming up against you in a specific situation, and they're connected to your family. Now, we will get deeper into who these people are when we look at the archetype cards, but I think people that are involved, one of them for sure, I think, is your father. The second one is a cousin, for some of you a sibling. And the third person I do not know. And the second message for you when it comes to this card is that your spirit team is looking to co-create with you. Your spirit team or your ancestors are looking to help you find the solution to this. And with the Eight of Pentacles, there are, again, also two messages, because the first one is that this team that is teaming up against you has been working away on this for a while, and they've been working away on this in secret. So this was kept away from prying eyes. Basically, they've been working on things in secret, teaming up in secret. And I feel like with the kid that is present in this conflict, I have a feeling that maybe it may have been taken away from you in some way. It could be quite literally taken away, but it could also be putting some influence on your child to mold their patterns of behavior in such a way that it feels like your child is slipping away from you or has slipped away from you. It's got something to do with this. It feels good, to be honest, it feels quite mysterious for me now, but I also pulled an archetype card for your kid, so we will see her for the kid that's involved. And the second message here is that what I said before, you've been working on trying to find the solution to this for a really long time now, and like you are frantic, you're spending every second that you have trying to find the solution to this, and you need to take a break, like you need to stop for a bit. And then we got the Moon card again, which emphasizes not only the mystery that is involved in this situation, it's the subconscious. It's like you, quite frankly, not seeing what's actually going on, and not seeing what's actually important either, because the Moon card also speaks of your intuition and being in a calm state so that you can receive the input from your spirit guides, that you can hear the messages coming in, that you are receptive to all of the subtleties of the situation. I'm going to read the Moon card and the solution card in a moment, I think. We got the Empress underneath, and we got the Empress underneath the reddening. And remember, the reddening speaks of the life force and you replenishing your resources for yourself. That is what the Empress does. The Empress is not an energy that runs outside and is active all the time and is trying to force a solution to happen. The Empress is an energy that is in receiving mode. I'm specifically being drawn to you being in the receiving mode, in receiving the solution to this situation. Remember, I said there will be someone coming in, like your spirit team, they're sending someone your way in the physical that is coming to help you. But in order for you to receive them, you need to allow them in. You need to allow them to help you. And that's why I'm giving you the EFT tapping, as well as a meditation. Yeah, well, I will also give you a deep meditation about finding solutions, and I will also give you some affirmations alongside that. Yeah, so everything you will find in the description box down below, but you need to come into the Empress energy, okay, coming into receiving mode, because you see here with the 10 of Wands, this situation, like this is someone who is very burdened by what's going on, right? You see everything that they're carrying, but I want to draw your attention to all of the houses that are here. This is where they're carrying their stuff. So basically, you are almost there, okay? Like I said, this is summer. This is the peak of the conflict, but we got the overarching energy of autumn, of the harvest. So it's very, like, it's close. It's close. While you're experiencing the peak right now, the solution to this is close at hand, and that's why we have the Lovers underneath here. Because the Lovers is the energy of tender love and care. And this brings me back to the energy of sugar, of you replenishing your resources, of you allowing some sweetness into your life. This can quite literally be a lover that wants to come in. Could also be that the lover that is coming in has a specific type of resources that can help you dissolve the situation. Can be for some, doesn't have to be for all of you. The lover can also be a friend. It's in general like a loving energy. And this loving energy now coming back to the Empress, that we are manifesting in our lives. Like we are attracting into our lives what we are sending out as a vibration. So if you want to call in a loving energy in order to help you dissolve this, what you need to send out as a vibration is this loving energy. And this loving energy, first and foremost, is the energy with which you are taking care of yourself, with which you are handling yourself. So there is a shift that needs to happen with the way that you are taking care of yourself in order to bring this energy in faster. So there is the sweetness that you need to employ when it comes to yourself, the replenishing of your life force that needs to happen. With the Moon card as well, this speaks of your intuition, and I feel like, because remember, with the song that came up, we got, I think it's something in the water, but then again, it could be something in the air. And then later she comes back to say, I think it's something in the water. So I feel like you do have an intuitive hit about the deeper truths of the situation. And with your spirit team coming in, you need to trust your intuition a bit more. It's what I'm getting. Now I do want to read the Moon card, and I do want to read the Dissolution card for you. I feel like they would tie nicely right now. Okay, let's do that. Moon. Mystery, receptivity, intuition. The moon represents the mother of all mysteries. Once a month, it slips into the full spotlight and then quietly disappears, only to initiate the cycle again. Gifting us with the messages of impermanence, the moon reminds us that we are in constant transition, the continual process of letting go. It is the yin principle, one of listening rather than speaking. This card may indicate a time of rest and restoration is in order, or that a new depth of spiritual practice calls. Dreams and memories may be especially vivid. The gates to the liminal realm have opened. The alchemist's task is to be receptive to its messages. Be patient, though, as the moon speaks in the language of symbols, and deciphering its messages takes time and receptivity. Magic is afoot. Sink into it, sweet child. And we got go deeper. Practice Yoga Nidra. And Yoga Nidra is a practice of relaxation of the body. I will actually put one video down for you below. That's so cool. I love that because one idea that I had for the meditation that I wanted to give you is some type of like sleep hypnosis. And I have one specific session that is geared for you to do it before you go to sleep, while you're in bed, to have it on. And it's Yoga Nidra to relax and release as you're drifting into sleep. So I'll give this to you. Because in order for you as well to come into a calmer state of body, you need some proper sleep. And with this panic that I felt, I feel like you have not been sleeping well either. So let's start there. Like let's start there with the sleeping, and then you feel more rested, and this will continue. That's good. We will start there. I love that for us. With the moon, I'm also being called to let you know that on Tuesday, it's currently Saturday, and I will also upload this today. Like I'm determined to finish the reading today. On Tuesday, there will be a full moon. You can do a releasing ritual, releasing of the panic state of mind. If you're watching, I mean, you can watch this whenever, really, right? Like whenever you're drawn to this reading is the right time for you. You do not need to wait for the next full moon in order to do a releasing ritual either, okay? This is only there in order to give us a bit of a schedule, and it can make the energies more potent, but it does not mean that you need to wait for any specific time of year in order to do any of the rituals. So you can do a releasing ritual as well, where you can, quite frankly, you can release the stress. You can write what stresses you out on a piece of paper, and then burn it. Be fire safe, etc. You know the drill. Okay. Let's read solution. By the way, with the moon reading, something that they're bringing to my attention as well is like later today, I will also film another video for the full moon that is coming up, specifically. I feel like you want to listen to that. There will be a message in there for you, something that will help you, something tangible that will help you. So I'm drawing this attention to you, to go ahead and listen to that. If you're watching this back after this time has passed, I'm going to return to this video, and I'm going to put the link to the full moon reading in the description box for you so that you can find it easily. You don't need to go through my channel, and then you can go ahead and pick another pile, because I feel like it's important for some reason. There's something there for you. Okay. Dissolution. Surrender, dissolving, formlessness. Solutio is the great alchemical operation of water. It represents the form becoming formless, that which is solid dissolving into liquid. In many alchemical texts, it is the first operation and summarizes the heart of alchemy, as in the axiom solve et coagula, dissolve to unite. For our purposes, it is important to know solutio involves a dissolving of definitions, identities, and labels. The strongholds of the ego drown in the emotional realm of water. We dive back to the beginning, the prima materia. This operation is humbling and disorienting, and oftentimes feels as though the self we knew has disappeared. Who are we now? How will others describe us? When these questions are afoot, the alchemical magic of solutio is underway. By surrendering to the waves, we unite with the primordial essence and return to our deepest self. Water is always in motion, much like our emotions. Solutio requires us to let the tears flow, to soften the edges, to soak in the healing waters of our feelings. Which brings me back to you taking the time for yourself, right? To bring the sweetness there. And as well, like when you're crying and you're releasing your feelings, you're allowing your feelings to be there and you're expressing them through, could be screaming, could be crying, right? There is a release that happens right after. I feel like that's why I'm being drawn to you working with the body, because it's one very, very strong way to release the tension from your body, to release the panic. I'm also being called to put a video down below for you to release the panic, like to release the freeze, flight, and fight mode. There is body shaking that you can do. Yeah. So I'm putting this one down below for you as well. Okay, this brings me to your archetype cards that I want to get into, because I feel like for now I've said everything that I wanted to say about what's currently here. And with the archetype cards, I'm basically, because with Family Secrets, there are always more people involved than just one. And I am I drew some archetype cards for separate energies in this conflict or in this situation. And I asked your ancestors and my spirit guides to bring through like who I needed to call for. And I called 5 energies forth for you. I got archetype cards to describe you. I got archetype cards to describe your father. I got archetype cards to describe your cousin, and for some of you it will be your sibling. I got an archetype for your kid. And I got an archetype card for your ancestor that is coming through to make it a bit more clear who they are and yeah, what's up with that. So let's start with the archetype cards for you specifically, which is very interesting for me because I got so many archetype cards for you. None of the other piles got as many archetype cards as you did overall, but also specifically for you, because I'm always asking for 1 card. Sometimes I get 2, rare that I got 3 cards, and for you, I got 5 cards for you as your archetype cards. So clearly with the energies as well that we're looking at, the focus is very, very clearly on you. And with that, your ancestors drawing my attention to talk to you a little bit about past, present, and future. Because what's important to mention is this message that came through about let it go, like let it go. It's a message that came through when we talked about the dissolution, when we read this, and about this villain type of situation that I saw, right? Where you are the hero that is currently in this part of the movie where you cannot do anything about it. So I quite literally got the message, let it go. I also heard it before, and I got the message that you cannot change the past and for you to focus on the now. And what's important to know about the past, present, and future is the past is only interesting to look at, to see how it affects where you are right now and how you're feeling, what you're doing. And the future is only interesting in the sense of you can steer its progress with what you're doing in the present. So the focus that you need to employ is very, very heavy on the present. Very, very heavy on the present. You cannot change anything in the future, and you cannot for sure change anything in the past. But by you being present right now and seeing how you are feeling, acting, and behaving, replenishing your energy, for example, that is something that is generating the future. With every decision that you're taking, you're shaping the future, right? That's why I'm being drawn back to the attraction. What you are attracting in is something that you are cultivating in the present. So your focus very, very heavily needs to come back into the present moment. As well, with the present moment, there is a calm energy that is surrounding the present moment. And this is also important because only in the present moment when you are in this state, you can hear your intuition, you can receive these messages through to you. I feel like you have actions of the past haunting you right at this time. Because with this figurine and the eyes like closed, I also feel like you've made a massive error in the past, like big time error. And maybe that's why the other people got involved in the situation. That feels like your kid in some way is taken away from you. You need to let it go. The reason that you need to let it go is there's no use for you to live in the past and to make yourself feel guilty over and over and over and over about a situation that you cannot change. When your ancestors are letting me know that this was fated, you are learning this lesson and going through this situation right at this time because you need to. What this means is that you took the actions that you took back then with the knowledge that you had back then. You did not know then what you know now, so it's cruel from you actually to judge yourself by your today's knowledge, standard of knowledge. You cannot be mad at yourself for taking certain actions without having the overview that you have now. Everything that you've done with the best of your judgment that you had at the time. Does not mean that it was the perfect action to take or that you did not make a mistake, but you've done what you did with the knowledge that you had. And that's any time that there's a situation where you need to make a decision and take an action. That's how each and every single one of us moves through our lives. We are always trying to do our best. We're trying to do our best with the knowledge that we have. That's all we can do. That's why we have the saying in hindsight and like 2020 vision, gaining 2020 vision on a situation hindsight. It's because then you have the overview. You saw everything played out and you can pinpoint at which point you could have done things differently. And you know why this is coming up for me? This is coming up for me because with this hindsight of looking at the situation and being able to analyze and saying, okay, at this point in the situation, I should have made or could have made a different choice. The only reason that we are doing this and that this is coming up, so that when a situation like this pops up again in your life, you are then capable of drawing from your past experience and from your past lessons and then employ a different course of action. That's the only reason why the past is important, because it can inform your decisions that you're taking in the present moment, that you can make better choices for yourself, which then will change the future into a more desirable outcome. And you are getting stuck in this loop of looking back and punishing yourself for it, when that is not needed. It's not needed at this time. Okay, now after that little rant, let's look into your archetype cards. You got the cave. Ooh, you see the eyes that are peeking out from the dark here. You got the creator card. You got Eros. This one. Right. You got the sustainer. And we got the self. The cave is this feeling of being in the dark and not being able to see, right? The cave is also a safe space, and for you, I feel like you're being called to go into your safe space to replenish, because when we think about back in humanity, there was a point where the cave was when we were in hunter-gatherer mode. those caves were safe spaces from us, from wild animals. And I'm being drawn to the warmth of the fire, or just, yeah, like the warmth and the security of the situation. So I feel like you are being drawn to create the safe space for you to draw back, to rest and restore, and to create a space for you where you can restore your energy, where you can light a warming fire for yourself so that you can get some proper rest. Now with Creator right on top of the card of reddening with a life force, this brings me back to what I spoke of already with like you attracting what you need, with you creating just now with the rant that I went on regarding the present, where you are in the present creating what you are drawing to yourself in the future, right? Like the energy that you're sending out. And with creating and the painting here, it's time for you to take better care of yourself, to replenish your own well. You cannot pour from an empty cup. Okay, you need to fill your own cup up. You need to create. And with Eros, there is a seductive quality with the card of Eros, which, like with a lover, brings me back to the energy that wants to come through to, or like come into your life to help you with the solution. But remember, with the solution we spoke of, you letting the tears flow. So for some of you, I feel like you split up with so you have a child, and I feel like for some of you, you split up with the partner because it was not a good situation for you. And that's why we have Eros right on top of the solution, where the release that needs to happen is surrounding this type of energy, surrounding this particular person, where you need to release some feelings from past relationships. And maybe that's why as well in the beginning it came up for me that you need to work on your trust, on trusting someone new that would come in, to allow them to help you out, to get into the receiving mode. Maybe that's part of the full moon ritual, or part of the releasing ritual that you need to do, to release a past relationship that is connected to this. And maybe in this past relationship you were a particular person, and quite frankly, like my mind is being drawn to addiction and to being in an abusive relationship that has pushed you into substance addiction, is what I'm getting. And because of the substance addiction, or like, yeah, who you were at the time, you've made certain choices that you are beating yourself up. Maybe you have not put the well-being of your child at the forefront, and the energies that are coming through that are working kind of like in secret against you, what you feel like. This is only for some of you, of course, that these energies are still holding you in judgment for the errors that you've done back then, when in reality, like I'm only like, we are very deep into the reading, okay? We're like almost an hour into the reading, I think. And I'm only now getting this addictive qualities, okay? Which tells me that you are not this person anymore. I can very clearly see that you are not this person anymore whatsoever. You've done a 360. 360 would be in the same position. You've done a 180. You've done a 180. You're not in the same position. You're not the same person anymore whatsoever. You are more than capable of taking care of your child. I see that. I really, truly see that. But that's what you need to release. For some others of you, I feel like the party that is secretly working against you could be the spouse that you left behind, or the partner that you left behind, and certain energies, particularly when you have a child that is connected, or that connects the relationship, right? Oftentimes there can be a lot of bitter feelings, and kind of the fight of the ending of the relationship is taking out on the child, where there is manipulation happening of the child in a way of playing favorites and just like instrumentalizing this child in between. And maybe that's something that's happening as well. Maybe your the other partner has the main custody of your child, and you've got like visiting rights at this moment. Maybe that's why it feels like with the villain and the clutches, when you know that it's not the best. That's not the best thing, because then if that is the situation, you were pushed into the addiction, you were pushed into this abusive situation, which would then mean that your child is currently spending most of their time with the abusive part. Okay, I feel that. I feel why your panic is so strong, because it's not just like you're not you're scared for yourself, but you are in deep panic for your child. And that's okay. That makes sense to me. So you're working on getting your child out of the situation. And that's why the legal help or the legal counsel is necessary, for you to see what you can do in order to fight for that. Yeah. All right. But coming back to this card, there is a relationship that you need to release. And the thing as well is, because I said you've done a 180, like you've changed a lot, like I can tell you've changed so much. You need to trust that, because you've changed so much, that the people that you're now attracting are not the same people anymore. In the sense of if an older energy like this would come in, because you've done the analyzing of the past and all of the things and sides that were involved in this. Because of this, you have the overview, right? You have the hindsight view on it. So you will be able to spot any red flags that would come up early. You would not end up in the same situation anymore, because you would, at the early red flags that you would be able to identify, you would then be like, no, thank you, moving on. And because of that, the people or the person, the lover, this like loving energy that wants to come in to help you and support you is a completely different person. This person matches the new you. This person matches who you have grown into and who you are. And that's why you need to work on trusting yourself. Okay, we got the sustainer here, right on top of summer, and we got the self. Now, with the sustainer, I have two messages here. First one, the energy that will come in will be a sustainer. So it will be someone that is a caretaker. It's a very caring energy. It's a caretaker. And with a sustainer, when it comes up for your own card and your own reading, is you need to see how the clay in this card is being molded in between the hands. Like it's shaped, it's formed. Brings me back to, you are in charge of sustaining your own energy. And there's a difference between sustaining and maintaining. Maintaining is doing the bare minimum, and sustaining has a different connotation that is connected to the fullness of summer, of the abundance. It is going the extra mile for yourself to make sure that you are in full bloom again. Okay, so like this is very important, sustaining your own energy. But you have done that, okay? You have maintained your own energy, which is why you've been able to do the 180 shift on yourself. So your ancestors coming in and saying that he's very, very proud of you for being able to do that, for shifting yourself this way, for quite frankly, like calling yourself back to life. There is an added layer to this now, where you've done the maintaining. Now it's time to step into the sustaining, to fully replenish yourself. And that's why you need to release the guilt and the, just like this distrust. And with a self, see, this is the pearl of wisdom that you gain from your experiences that's shining outward. It's shining outward. And because it's shining outward, remember with the Empress, I spoke about you attracting. What you're attracting back in is what you shine outward. So your sense of self is something that needs a bit more replenishing. Okay, because with working on trusting is also working on trusting yourself. We got the intuition card here, right? And I got the call for you to trust your intuition more, to trust your own perspective on how you feel about the situation. And I'm understanding that if you were once deceived by an abusive partner or abusive situation, and you kind of got sucked into it, that there is an element where you feel like, can I even trust myself? I understand that feeling. And you can build your trust to yourself up by also starting to make some promises to yourself and keep the promises. And when I say promises to yourself, it's something like, okay, today I'm doing a 10-minute video on a body scan where I'm releasing the body. Today I'm doing this. Okay, today I'm eating a healthy meal, so that like bit by bit, you can build up the trust that you have with yourself, and you can build that up by making tiny promises to yourself and then keeping them. It's very, very important for you to do, right? Because Saturn, remember, you becoming the own authority, being the center of your own authority in your life, taking charge of yourself. Okay, let's look into your father's card. And I'm back. I needed to change my battery. Now, this is the energy card that I got for your father, which is interesting to me because Althea is the card of truth in this deck. Now, when we look at this depiction, there is an ambiguity to this card. We got the light and we got the dark. When the light is the truth of the situation, and when the dark energy is the distortion of the situation. I got drawn down here with a Saturn card as well, right? With the before and after, with the light and dark. I'm not getting a clear read on whether or not your father is the light energy or the dark energy. Like when I'm trying to dive into this, it feels kind of hazy, like feels a bit ambiguous. I'm actually like, let me pull a confirmation card for this. Let me pull a clarification card for this. I think it would be good. All right. Please, beautiful ancestor from my pile number 3, please clarify the father energy for me. Please clarify the father energy for me. Can you please clarify the father energy for me? Okay. Thank you. All right, that's that is clear enough. Thank you so much. Okay, so let me put it here. We got the 5 of Swords. We got the Hermit. We got the Ace of Swords. We got the 3 of Swords. That wasn't the bottom deck energy, so that was the overarching energy. Okay, so he is the negative influence. It's the dark reading of this card. So the dark reading of Alethea speaks of gaslighting. Frankly, it's a gaslighting energy. The gaslighting energy. Remember, I want to talk about this in a second. But remember earlier when I spoke about the conflict and your flight and fight and how you're oscillating from one to the other? I already spoke a little bit about you being gaslit. I forgot about this. You being gaslit and then fleeing from the situation in order to escape this energy. And then when you're back, you're recomposing yourself, and then you have more of an overview and you go back into fight mode. Feel like your father energy is a big, big, big perpetuator of that. So a big perpetuator of this gaslighting type of energy. Like he's for sure, like he's one of the energies that is working in this team, like, yeah, behind your back, in secret. So this is an energy that is influencing your child. I mean, I guess in this instance could also be that the relationship, the abusive relationship that you were in that has ended, maybe you moved back into your family's place in order to heal, basically. So that's why your father maybe is, or your extended family is so involved in your child's life. And because yeah, okay, interesting. Now, this right here is an energy of fighting. It's like, and it's a fight and that's being fought in the mental space because we got the swords here. But just looking at the depiction, you see how defeated these people look back here, and this is like storm energy. And you also see like how gleeful this expression is on their face, right? They're happy about destroying the others. Ooh, that's a nasty energy to have. This has like narcissist tendencies for me, like narcissistic tendencies. This is like yeah, like big time verbal abuse as well, like verbal, emotional, mental, psychological type of abuse energy that I'm getting from this. It's a distortion. It's a distortion of the mind. Yeah, hermit. Okay, all right, got it. So it's your father is an energy that claims that they have the truth. You see here, the hermit has this lantern that is lit. So your father is someone that claims that they know the truth, and then they are the only one who see the light in the darkness, right? So this is like a big authority figure in your life, in your family, or in this conflict situation where there is someone trying to rule with an iron fist, someone trying to claim to have the full truth and everyone else is wrong. Which brings me back to you doing a 180 shift and others maybe holding on to their old perception of you, right? And being like, you cannot change. When in reality, everyone can change and you have changed. And that's why we have the Ace of Swords here, right? This is like the self-proclaimed kingdom, self-proclaimed king energy, king of the mind. And all it does is causes so much heartache and so much heartbreak. And yeah, okay, I see. So first of all, I'm being drawn to touch my camera. So with gaining some insight on your father's energy brings me back to the past, present, and future talk that I gave you about how you've done the choices that you've made them based on the knowledge that you had. I feel like you are only now starting to see the energy that your father truly has because it is concealed. It is very, very deeply concealed. I mean, I also had to pull clarification cards for it because to me, it felt ambiguous. It didn't feel like the full truth, but it didn't feel fully dark either. So this is like, yeah, so it's a master. It's like an energy who has mastered this type of deception, this type of distortion. And I feel like you're only now starting to wake up to his impact and to the full truth of who he is, which is a very devastating blow. It's difficult to navigate that. And the reason why I'm bringing this up right now for you is that when this was your influence while you were growing up, you don't need to be mad at yourself for choosing a partner that has similar qualities and like similar gaslighting tendencies, etc. Because when we are children and we grow up, the energies that surround us are basically the model that we use to then go on and create our lives, because that's what's comfortable for us. This is what we know. Okay, we know how to handle this energy. These energies feel comfortable to us. So then we go out, when we're not conscious of this, we go out and we attract this energy right back to us. So that's why it's not like, you shouldn't feel guilty about this and you shouldn't feel bad about this. You did not know about this. Okay? You didn't know about this influence. But now you do, and now you're learning to see all of the signs, all of the gaslighting, etc. And that's why it changed. But you're scared for your child in this instance. Usually, when we have this type of family dynamic and we have an energy that's present there, usually this ripples out into the family in the sense that one of the children that they have, or it does not have to be literal children, it can also be a different child that is around for them to mold. They will try to influence that child and kind of like pass on these like gaslighting qualities that they have to the child. Right? It goes, even for your father, then it comes from a point of pain, like having this energy passed down to him and him not being conscious of it and healing it and just like passing it on. Suffering is a kind of currency that gets passed on. I feel like you're worried that your child is absorbing this energy. Okay, let me look into your cousin's energy next. By the way, there was a second card that came out for your dad that I forgot about. I left it on my stack. I don't know why I didn't see it, because it came up like this, and when cards come up like this, remember, I don't pull them over, but the way that I stacked them, like I could tell that this one also belonged to your father. Which also makes me think that I was not supposed to see it until now. And we got the card of Bardo, which is very interesting because Bardo is a liminal space. It's like the space. Yeah, it's the liminal space. And with this eye and like all of the death that's around, they're the perpetuator of this. Like, look at all of this darkness that is around there. And someone who sees that, but who dishes it out anyway. Like, look at the difference. I want you to take a moment and look at the difference in just colors from you to his energy. That is a massive, massive shift. I'm so proud of you for all the work that you've done, for you coloring yourself back in and coming back into yourself. I'm so proud of you. That's such a difficult energy to deal with. Done an incredible job. Truly incredible job. Yeah. Okay. Let's move on to your cousin's energy. I got 3 cards. They came up like this. We got the animal. We got Wow, the shapeshifter. There's like really a picture that is being formed here. And we got the destroyer. Holy. Wow. Okay, that's an energy to have. I feel like that's the second energy that is like secretly working against you. And the reason that I'm saying that is because we got the shapeshifter and the destroyer. With the animal, I'm being drawn to the instincts that your cousin has. The instincts in the sense of animals are very sensitive when it comes to smelling or perceiving fear energies. And I feel like your cousin has been made by your father energy, has been shaped as from your father energy. Remember how I said that in each generation, like someone is being formed? I feel like your cousin has got part of this from him. And I feel like they are kind of like a bloodhound in that sense, where they can smell the fear on you, and then they shapeshift into the person that they think could hurt you even more. But it's like it's in a deceptive kind of quality. It's like appearing in one way when in reality you're doing something else. So it appears to be helpful when in reality it's not. When in reality it is meant to destroy you even further. That's what I'm feeling like from this energy, because like look at the eyes here. That's not a supportive energy to have around you. Which I can understand if these two energies are working together, how the gaslighting is at an all-time high, and why the panic in your body is at an all-time high, and why the fear is so strong. Are they threatening to take your child away from you? Like, are they threatening you with that? Because that's what I'm hearing right now. They're threatening you. I feel like you previously, when your dad did something or like said a certain thing, I feel like you turned to your cousin for comfort. Or like I said, for some of you it's a sibling, but cousin was the word that I heard first, very strongly, and then like sibling for some. I feel like you turn to them for the comfort and as a reality check. First reality check. I think you tried to get this from this person. And for a while you felt like, maybe you feel like it's still, up until now, up until this reading, because I think I'm confirming parts of your intuition right now with me saying that you thought that they were a supportive energy because of the way that they spoke, but there was something about their energy that felt off to you. There was something that felt like something just did not sit 100% right with you, and you couldn't quite put your finger on it. Like you didn't know, but you have a feeling like something's not quite right. So this is your confirmation that it's not a trustworthy energy to be around. It's not this. Like instinctively they know when to change their personality, when to adapt, but the goal for their adaptation is to destroy you, is to be in the destroyer energy, is to further the pain that you're feeling. Trust your own intuition. That's why being centered in your body is so important, because when your body is in a calmer state, you are capable of perceiving these types of gaslightings in a much different way, because it's more difficult to, first of all, it's more difficult to put you into the heightened state that brings you into this frantic panic. And second of all, the calmer you are, the more capable you are to take a step back and observe the dynamic. I feel like observing the dynamic is also key for you, where you're not involved in this and you are observing what is going on. Because the more that you observe, the better of an overview that you can get over this situation, over the tactics. Because with gaslighting as well, you could. I would actually advise you to research gaslighting a little bit, and if you have an inkling of which type of perhaps personality disorder one of these people could have, if you have, I feel like you have kind of like, you may have an idea. Research that. Go ahead and look into the tactics that they employ. If we're talking about narcissism, there are certain techniques like patterns of arguments, etc., that they employ in order to gaslight you. Okay, I'm being called to put one book in the description box down below for you. It's called Healing from Hidden Abuse. That would be good for you to read. Because the thing is, when you are starting to see the patterns, you are starting to distance yourself a bit from the pain, and these people become like, it's like the glass clears up, like the fog clears up and you can see everything clearly. And it's also helping to navigate these gaslighting situations because you know what's coming. Like, you don't put truth into it anymore, in the sense of you don't believe what they're saying anymore. You have the overview of the underlying situations, which means that you are not affected by it in the same way anymore. I know from personal experience that this was an absolute game changer for me. And at some point I reached the point when I was in observing mode, when I saw the patterns. Like, I was in conversation or in the family dynamic, and I saw or heard the main abuser say something. And I could, because I've read up on this and educated myself on this, I could anticipate, when I said a certain response, I could anticipate what would come back as a pattern. And I tested this out in a bit to kind of see, and I realized actually this is like really shallow in a way. Like, this is, I can see through that right now, and it gave me back a lot of my personal power of understanding that. So that would be good for you to do. It sucks though. Yeah, I understand. I get the panicked feeling, but yeah, start with the body. Now I got the energy for your child, and we got the shadow. And I can feel that your heart is sinking right now because you see the shadow card. But don't be so scared, because they're children. They're moldable. This is for the good and for the worse. But if you notice shadow qualities in your child, and you notice your child suffering from the gaslighting and the abuse that these two are inflicting, what I want you to remember, very, very important, is that your child is acting out their shadow, or acting out because they are lacking something. There is a need of theirs that is not fulfilled. If they are saying hurtful things to you, they're saying these hurtful things because they think about themselves in a similar way. What they need is more love. And when I say more love, in the sense of you actually accepting their flaws and accepting it, and sitting down with them and talking and offering them a hug, and whatever they do, coming back to them again and again and again and again and again and again, and assuring them that you love them. You can even say it. You can say, I love you. I love you. I love you. Even if they in the moment act out towards you and say something like, I hate you, which cuts deep, I understand. Repeat what you're saying. This is very, very important. because that is the tipping point for kids, or a tipping point for people, is when these shadows get so integrated into their personality. Make them feel loved. Okay? When they are surrounded by these energies, very, very clearly there is no unconditional love given, and unconditional love has also not been given to you. So you can break the family cycle, and you can break this pattern by providing your child with unconditional love. And the more that you do that, your child will naturally feel more drawn to you in the situation. Okay, don't enter into their mind games. Don't enter into any of this. You don't even have to say anything about their energies to your child. Okay, that's counterproductive. When you go to your child and you're complaining about them, or you're complaining about what they're doing, that's counterproductive. Be the calm center of your child's life. Be the unconditional center of love for your child's life. Naturally, this is something that feels much, much better to them than whatever your father or your cousin or sibling are doing. So naturally, they will start to gravitate towards you simply because it feels good. But in order for you to provide that care for your child, you need to give that unconditional love to yourself as well. That's why we got this bring some more sweetness into your life. That's why we got the calm your body down, bring your body down. You could even do an activity with your child that is centered around relaxation. Okay, like doing something very, very nice for them because you love them. It's very, very, very important. But again, like I say, like maybe that's why the image came up for me with like the villain clutches. Maybe this is for some of you, I feel like this may be more about the mental space where you can see them changing and shifting in demeanor. It's okay. It's okay. You're fighting for your child. It's okay. You can make it. Like your child will be fine. Your child will be okay. We'll be alright. Now I got a few energies for your ancestor. I got the Bessel first, I remember. I got the Bessel. You see how there's this darkness there and there's the light, and the Bessel speaks. I mean, the Bessel itself is an empty container that can be filled up with anything. It's about the empty container here. Yeah, we got the card of the Pilgrim. Okay, straight away I'm being drawn to the mountain and the eye. So the top of the mountain and the eye. Okay, so they have the overview of the situation in a different way than you have right now, because they are not in the living realms anymore, and they've witnessed this like pattern play out in your family. And they themselves, they were the empty vessel, so they were an energy that soaked up these energies within themselves. I feel like they were the child that received this like shadow energy, and like the empty vessel, like they filled up with it. So they turned into kind of like they were like had a similar energy as your father, but like many generations before. So they were on the perpetuator side of this family secret, of this family like trauma. Okay, we got. Oh yeah, wow, the ring. The reason why I say wow, the ring is that the ring is, when you look at this, you see that there's the cosmos in between of all of these rings that are kind of almost snake-like intertwining. Yeah, there's a promise here from your ancestor about the mirror. Yes. Oh my god, yes. I love that. Okay. You see how there is the moon here. So we got this like shadow energy. We got the moon present. This is the third time that the moon shows up in your reading. And the mirror energy is, you see here it's sparkly, but the mirror energy is an energy that quite literally mirrors energy. And I feel like in their lifetime, because they were the vessel that filled up on these energies. Actually, let me put them down here. Because they were the vessel that filled up with the shadow energy, now they have this overview of the situation. They were mirroring this energy in their own lifetime. So that's why they have a different type of overview. And that's why they have this promise with the cosmos in between of like, like the promise of knowing exactly what's going on and being able to being basically the mirror for you in the situation where you are lacking the overview and you are not capable to see. They will be the one to mirror the energies back to you that are present. So your ancestor is the one that is coming through now, and your ancestor is, remember here, we spoke about trusting your intuition, coming into a calmer mind state, because there are messages that want to come through to you. Your ancestors, like in the upcoming weeks, your ancestor will make it very, very clear which of these energies surrounding you are beneficial and supportive and which ones are not. They will make it very clear to you by mirroring these energies to you. That's why I'm being drawn to the body, because the way that your body intuitively responds to a person or situation is the truth in that, okay? When a certain person, when you feel slightly anxious around a certain person, this is mirror energy. This is your ancestor coming through, letting you know, something's up here. Something is not 100% right here. So that's why they're coming through. So pay very, very close attention to your body, because they will make it clear to you. They will make it very clear to you. That's so interesting. Yeah, mirroring the energy. I always find it so interesting when there are ancestral energies coming through that are connected to the family trauma, but are on the giving side of it, right? Where they are the ones that passed the trauma on and were the active part of this solution or of this equation, basically. Because the perspective that they have is so invaluable. So invaluable. Yeah. It's beautiful though, because they do want to be kind of like the eye for you. Like they want to be the overseeing eye for you. And the reason why this is important as well, because they are not limited by the physical reality, in the sense of they are able to listen in on conversations. You see, I mean, even if we look at this card and the perspective that we have on it, we are the outsider looking into this meeting that they have. They have the outside perspective on this. They are capable of eavesdropping in all of these conversations and all of these workings on behind the scenes that you do not know, that you frankly do not know, because you cannot know this right now. You're not present in these conversations because they're being held in secret, but your ancestor hears and sees, and they promise you that they will bring this into light to you. They will fill this mirror with the light. Oh, that's so cool. I love that. Okay. Now I have one last closing message for you. And I will read this, and oh yeah, this is the card of the parrot. This is a direct message from your ancestor to you. I will read this for you. Parrot. I am parrot, the fierceness of color and the flash of life. I am the climax of magical color and the blending of light and shadow. I am the bridge of communication. I will mimic you, teaching you the proper use of integration and expression. I am the power of words and the effects of speech. I can learn your voice with as much ease as you can learn mine. Words are portals in time, framing the evolution of verbal magic. There are no barriers except those created by humanity. We are all different colors of the same spectrum. This may be a time to clear your throat and let your voice sing out. I am flamboyant and dazzling. I want to be seen, I yearn to be heard. It is time to break down the walls and explore the vastness of your own brightness. Integrate everything you hear around you. You are dazzling, you are expressive, you are free-spirited, you are parrot. Straight away, I'm being drawn back to the card of the self that we have down here. How I said that your ancestor is so proud for bringing yourself back to color. The second message that I'm so interested in is the use of words. Because that's what gaslighting is, right? So you're learning how to use words in an uplifting manner for yourself, where the voice that your father has instilled within you, or the self-talk that your father has instilled within you, it's something that you learned how to speak to yourself in that way. And I think that's where part of the panic comes from, or this like this you going back and beating yourself up over past mistakes that you made. Your ancestors coming through to let you know it's time to learn a new language. It's time to learn a new way of talking to yourself, which is very friendly, supportive, encouraging, and very, very tender, with tender love and care. I love this. I love this energy. Okay. That's all I have for you today for the first part of the family secret. I'm sending you the biggest hug in the world, actually in the universe. And I believe that you can make it through, okay? You can do this. You got this. You got this. You got this, okay? You are a cycle breaker, and you are here to create a beautiful life for yourself and for your child. You got this. Your ancestors are around this time. I believe in you. And again, all of the additional resources I'm going to put in the description box down below. And don't forget to check out the moon reading that's coming up. And I will see you again soon, hopefully. Have a beautiful rest of your day. Bye.